Chapter 1394. The city governor of Mound Hill City sat in the main seat. His sharp gaze swept across the 13 people, including Duan Lingtian. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic spiritual energy sweeping toward him. The spiritual energy shrouded his entire body in just a blink of an eye, making him feel like he had nowhere to hide. Duan Lingtian knew the city governor of Mound Hill City was probing them. The city governor of Mound Hill City's gaze finally landed on the green-clad young man, who carried a sheathed longsword on his back. "You must be the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yin?" The city governor of Mound Hill City asked calmly, as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the green-clad young man with a piercing gaze. Yes. Ling Yin did not dare to slack in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Not bad, not bad. You're only 30 years old, but you've already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Your future is limitless. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded with admiration in his eyes. Perfection mortal shedding stage? As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that, apart from Ling Yin and Duan Lingtian, everyone present, including the heavenly leader guardian and the black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, were shocked. He's really on the perfection mortal shedding stage. The heavenly leader guardian was the first to react. He swept his spiritual energy toward Ling Yun, and soon detected Ling Yun's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic. The spiritual secret tactic used to detect cultivation base was different from the spiritual secret tactic used to detect age. The latter would work as long as the person's cultivation base was not one level higher than his. In other words, a martial or Dao cultivator on the early mortal shedding stage could detect the age of a martial or Dao cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage with his spiritual secret tactic. However, the former could only be detected by someone whose cultivation base was one level higher than his. In other words, only martial or Dao cultivators on the Saint Rudiment stage could detect the specific cultivation base of a martial or Dao cultivator on the mortal shedding stage. Of course, Duan Lingtian's divine eye did not have such a restriction. The heavenly leader guardian was also at the Saint Rudiment stage, so it was easy for him to detect Ling Yun's cultivation base. Although Ling Yun had already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage when he came to the assembly hall 3 months ago, the heavenly leader guardian did not check his cultivation base at that time. That was why he only found out now that Ling Yun was already a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Ling Yun has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Apart from Ling Yun and Duan Lingtian, the other 13 gangsters had a hint of horror in their eyes when they looked at Ling Yun again. Especially Xiong Hu, whose face was full of bitterness. A few days ago, he noticed that he was showing signs of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Initially, he thought that he would be the first among the 13 gangsters to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. However, he did not expect Ling Yin to break through before him. This made him feel powerless. The black-clad young man behind the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Ling Yin with intense battle intent. "Ling Yin, I've already thought of a test for you." The city governor of Mound Hill City spoke again, and successfully attracted everyone's attention. The eyes of the other 13 gangsters, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. What kind of test would the city governor set for Ling Yin? Would the test he set for Ling Yin be the same as the one they had to go through? Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Ling Yun's eyes lit up when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. Even the heavenly leader guardian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City with anticipation. "Ling Yun, my disciple Su Qi, is also at the perfection mortal shedding stage like you. I'll take you as my disciple if you can withstand 3 moves from him without being defeated." Finally, the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke under everyone's watchful eyes and revealed the test he had set for Ling Yun. The eyes of the black-clad young man, Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, lit up when he heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. He then took a step forward and stood next to the city governor of Mound Hill City. "He's Su Qi, Master City Governor's disciple? A genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent? I can't believe that Master City Governor's disciple is also a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, since they're both perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators, isn't it a little too easy for Master City Governor to set such a test for Ling Yin? I think so too. Many of the 13 gangsters whispered among themselves. They all thought that the test the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for Ling Yin was too easy for him. Of course, they were not dissatisfied even though they thought it was too easy. Ling Yin was only 30 years old, but he was already a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. They would not be surprised if such a genius was exempted from the test and directly became the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple. Ling Yin frowned subtly when he heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. He did not like the feeling of being looked down upon. Ling Yin, make your move. I'd like to see if you, the leader of the 13 gangsters, are qualified to be my junior brother. Su Qi looked directly at Ling Yin and said calmly, "Make our move here?" While Duan Lingtian and the rest were stunned when they heard what Su Qi said, Ling Yin had already made his move. The long sword on his back was unsheathed with a clang. A 3-foot-long sword ray shot out and was aimed at Su Qi. Although he was angry that the city governor of Mound Hill City had underestimated him, Ling Yin subconsciously felt that the test the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for him was not that simple. Therefore, he decided to make the first move and gain the upper hand. What a fast sword! Duan Lingtian was shocked to find that Ling Yin and his sword had turned into a phantom that was difficult to capture in his right eye. In his left eye, Ling Yin's speed was extremely fast as well. The reason why his left eye was different was that he had inherited the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Of course, it could also be called a talent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yin had already stabbed 13 times. Each of the attacks was real. They were all stabbed out by the human-rank mediocre saint sword in his hand, releasing a dazzling sword ray. Wherever the sword ray went, it seemed like it was going to leave 13 bloody holes on Su Qi's body. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was that Ling Yin's attack was so fast. From the beginning until the end, Su Qi's expression did not change in the face of Ling Yin's preemptive and thunderous attacks. He only moved when Ling Yin was close to him with his sword. Whoosh! He bent his knees slightly, and in the next moment, he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the 13 solid sword gleams in Ling Yin's hand. Ling Yin did not seem to be too surprised when he saw that the 13 sword rays were dodged. His eyes flashed as he leaned backward. At the same time, Su Qi's palm landed like a thunderbolt. The palm print formed by his true energy almost brushed past Ling Yin's face as he leaned backward. The palm print was about to land on the side of the meeting hall and shatter one of the chairs. The Heavenly Leader Guardian made his move. He did not use his true energy, but the palm print exploded in the air and turned into nothingness. All that was left was a raging strong wind. The wind caused the chairs on the side of the meeting hall to sway. One move. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps the rest of the 13 gangsters did not see what happened just now, but he saw everything clearly with his strange pupil that he quietly activated. When Su Qi dodged Ling Yin's attack, he threw a palm print at Ling Yin in the air. The palm print was so fast that it could not be performed by an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. However, Ling Yin was not an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. He managed to dodge Su Qi's palm print. Great! The city governor of Mound Hill City smiled. Su Qi hasn't used his divine weapon yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps it was because of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Su Qi leaped up and landed with a narrow saber in his hand. It was a crescent-shaped narrow saber with a terrifying cold gleam shining on it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing that Su Qi was about to land, Ling Yin did not give him the chance to do so. When Su Qi had nowhere to go, the 3-foot-long sword in his hand bloomed and transformed into 5 sword rays that were even faster than before. The speed of the 5 sword rays was even faster than the 13 sword rays that he had thrown out earlier. It was time to kill him while he was down. Ling Yin was unforgiving at that moment. Great! However, Su Qi did not panic. Facing Ling Yun's 5 sword rays that were coming at him at lightning speed, he shouted in a deep voice. True chi surged on the narrow saber in his hand, before it left his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the narrow saber left his hand, it spun rapidly in the air like a fan under Su Qi's body. Su Qi stood steadily on it, as though he was standing on flat ground. Clang, 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 clang. 5 consecutive ear-piercing sounds resonated almost at the same time. It was Su Qi who had blocked Ling Yun's 5 sword rays. To be exact, they were blocked by his saber that was spinning like a fan. What a brilliant defensive technique. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Now 2 moves have passed. As long as Ling Yun blocks one more move, he'll pass the test and become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. If I were Ling Yun, I'd either defend passively against Su Qi's next attack with all my might, or take the initiative to attack like a storm to tire Su Qi out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had that thought in his mind, Ling Yun had already made his choice as fast as he could. He chose the latter. He stomped on the ground with both his legs, causing the ground to crack. Hideous cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. Then, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword as he soared into the sky. Clang! An even louder and more ear-piercing sound resonated. Ling Yun's sword forcefully tore through Su Qi's defensive saber technique and headed straight for Su Qi. It was as though he was going to pierce through Su Qi from the bottom to the top. Duan Lingtian realized. Su Qi's expression had turned solemn at this moment. He was no longer as casual as before. He was serious now. Bang! He lifted his leg and stomped on the saber beneath his feet, using the momentum to shoot into the sky. At this moment, the saber beneath his feet drew a perfect arc and returned to his hand steadily. Whoosh! Chapter 1395. In the blink of an eye, Su Qi turned around in the air and kicked both of his legs backward for no reason. The shockwave formed by his true energy hit the air hard. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the rolling shockwave pushed him to the ground like an arrow leaving the bow, diving down. He faced Ling Yun's sword head-on. One went up while the other went down. The sword gleam shot up first while the saber gleam followed like a shadow. They collided violently like 2 scorching suns competing for brightness in the air. Clang! Boom! The collision of the sword and saber was like 2 scorching suns, stacked on top of each other before exploding. At that moment, the scorching sun's radiance spread out. There was an explosion in the air as a strong gust of wind swept in all directions. Many of the furnishings in the assembly hall were about to be blown away. At the critical moment, the heavenly leader guardian struck again and blocked the vast, rolling gust of wind. Barf! At the same time, the crowd heard the sound of someone vomiting blood. It was Ling Yun who had fallen with his sword. He knelt on one knee with his sword on the ground. His face was pale as he kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Whoosh! At the same time, Su Qi landed steadily on the ground. His face was slightly flushed. It was obvious that it was caused by the rolling qi and blood in his body. However, he was not injured. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar when they saw that. They were both on the perfection mortal shedding stage. But Su Qi defeated Ling Yun, who attacked first in just 3 moves. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 11 people among the 13 gangsters felt their achievements were not worth mentioning at all in front of Su Qi. He's worthy of being the city governor's disciple. Many of them exclaimed secretly. Knowing Su Qi by his reputation was not as good as meeting him in person. This Su Qi's ability, I'm afraid he's already at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. He's only 1 step away from breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Su Qi. I've lost in 3 moves. Ling Yun said as he looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City bitterly, after he consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered some of his injuries. Now, no one thought that the city governor of Mound Hill City had set up a test for Ling Yun. Ling Yun did not pass the test. I'll give you one more chance. If you can last 3 moves against Su Qi in a month's time without losing, I'll take you in as my disciple. Now go back. The city lord of Mound Hill City looked at Ling Yun and said, "Thank you, city lord." Ling Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that there was still one more chance. He stood up and left the meeting room quickly. He returned to the latent dragon camp to cultivate. After Ling Yun left, everyone turned to look at Su Qi. The strength that Su Qi displayed earlier was truly shocking. At this moment, Su Qi had also returned behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. His expression was as cold as before. "I heard that one of the 13 Grand Guardians also came from the mortal continent." The city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he glanced at the remaining 12-13 gangsters. "City Lord." Duan Lingtian stood up. "City Lord." Duan Lingtian became one of the 13 Grand Guardians on the first day he arrived at the latent dragon camp. He even broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage a month ago and defeated Ho Lin, who had also broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The Heavenly Leader Guardian said. Ho Lin was present. His face turned grave when he heard the Heavenly Leader Guardian's words. He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled. He would never forget the humiliation from a month ago. Duan Lingtian, "I'll make you regret this. I'll definitely make you regret this." Ho Lin roared in his heart as he stared at Duan Lingtian's silhouette. Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Isn't he on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned when he heard the Heavenly Leader Guardian's words. Duan Lingtian knew that his cultivation base was about to be exposed as soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that. However, he did not care. He did not steal or rob, so there was no need for him to hide. Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City's words stunned everyone, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian. The Heavenly Leader Guardian even exclaimed softly. Subsequently, he performed his spiritual secret tactic to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. After checking the result, his expression turned extremely interesting. He's really only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, why you're only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could sense that the Heavenly Leader Guardian was checking his spiritual energy. So he knew that the Heavenly Leader Guardian had also checked his cultivation base. Impossible. Right at this moment, two people cried out in surprise. They were Ho Lin, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian a month ago, and Zhang Jilong, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian yesterday. They had fought Duan Lingtian before, so they knew how powerful Duan Lingtian was. No matter what, they could not believe that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Master City Governor and I have checked Duan Lingtian's cultivation base using our spiritual secret tactic. His cultivation base is indeed on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. The Heavenly Leader Guardian snorted and glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong coldly. What? Are you doubting Master City Governor and my words? Do you think Master City Governor and I are old? Ho Lin wouldn't dare. Zhang Jilong wouldn't dare. Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong realized that they had lost their composure and immediately lowered their heads. At this moment, all 11 of the 13 gangsters, including Guo Li, looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. An Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage cultivator defeated Ho Lin, who was on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? A few days ago, Guo Li broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage and defeated Ho Lin, who was also on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Then, Guo Li was defeated by Zhang Jilong, who had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At this moment, Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked second among the 13 gangsters, spoke. And just yesterday, Zhang Jilong was defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one blow. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze when he reached the end of his sentence. Yesterday, he witnessed Duan Lingtian's attack with his own eyes. At that time, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian was at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage just like him. However, today, after the investigation by the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, the city governor of Mound Hill City, and the Heavenly Leader Guardian, he found out that Duan Lingtian was only a martial cultivator at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, why your cultivation base is really only at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage? Guoli asked in disbelief. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How about 3 months ago? What was your cultivation base when you defeated Zhang Jilong for the first time? Guoli asked again. The moment Guoli's question left her mouth, the group of people in the 13 gangsters, including the heavenly leader guardian, recalled that 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhang Jilong before he had broken through. At that time, Duan Lingtian did not show his overwhelming strength. He only defeated Zhang Jilong with his advantage in archery. 3 months ago, I was at the early mortal shedding stage, Duan Lingtian said. Boom! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked the crowd again. You mean, whether it was when you defeated Zhang Jilong or Li Han, you became one of the 13 gangsters. At that time, you were only at the early mortal shedding stage? Guoli sucked in a cold breath. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At that moment, most of the people present looked at Duan Lingtian, as though they were looking at a monster. He was only at the early mortal shedding stage, yet he managed to become one of the 13 gangsters. He was insane. Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong are really useless. They're a disgrace to us martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. They can't even defeat a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Zhang Jian, who was ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong and mocked them in his heart. At this moment, he was even more confident in defeating Duan Lingtian. A martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was nothing to him. At this moment, he did not seem to realize it at all. Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhang Jilong when he was at the early mortal shedding stage. He was once recognized as the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City. Su Qi, who seemed to be bored after defeating Ling Yun, studied Duan Lingtian with great interest when he heard about Duan Lingtian's achievements. This genius martial cultivator, who came from the mortal continent like him, seemed to be extraordinary. He defeated everyone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when he was at the early mortal shedding stage. After breaking through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he defeated 2 martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage consecutively. The way the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Lingtian changed completely. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, you're not completely human, right? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Not completely human? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's reaction, the city governor of Mound Hill City was even more certain that he had guessed correctly. It seems like you're not completely human. One of your parents must be a saint beast, right? And a saint beast with a powerful body. Saint beast. As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, everyone shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian. Only the offspring of a human and a saint beast would be able to defeat opponents with a higher level like you because of their powerful bodies. A gleam of wisdom flashed through the eyes of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian, am I right? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the city governor of Mound Hill City to have such sharp eyes. After learning that he could defeat opponents with a higher level easily, the city governor of Mound Hill guessed that his powerful ability had something to do with his body. The others were shocked as well. So Duan Lingtian is the offspring of a human and a saint beast? No wonder he can defeat opponents with a higher level. It seems like he inherited the powerful body of a saint beast. Many people had fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. To put it bluntly, he's just a bastard. Zhang Jian snorted and said in disdain. He can defeat opponents with a higher level only because the opponents he encountered are trash. If it were me, I could defeat him in 2 to 3 moves. He glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 1396. However, although Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong were furious, they did not dare to do anything when they heard what Zhang Jian said. They could only endure it silently. This was because they knew they were no match for Zhang Jian. Bastard. You think you can defeat me in 2 or 3 moves? Compared to Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, Duan Lingtian was different. His face turned extremely gloomy when he heard what Zheng Jian said, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Just as he turned his head to look at Zheng Jian and was about to attack, a loud voice rang out. A ferocious roar could be heard. "How dare you!" The city governor of Mound Hill City's voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire assembly hall. At the same time, it shocked Duan Lingtian. Bang! Before Duan Lingtian could even look at the city governor of Mound Hill City, he saw Zheng Jian's body tremble in his field of vision. Then, he flew out like an arrow and crashed into a pillar in the assembly hall. The pillar shook, and some dust fell off. Then, Zheng Jian brushed against the pillar and fell to the ground. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and he was in a sorry state. "Master City Governor, Zheng Jian knows he's wrong. Zheng Jian knows he's wrong." Zheng Jian ignored the injuries in his body and knelt on the ground in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. His body was trembling. "Zheng Jian, you've got guts. How dare you be so impudent in front of the Master City Governor?" The Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression was grave. "You know you're wrong? What did you do wrong?" The city governor of Mound Hill City scoffed. Zheng Jian shouldn't have made a ruckus in front of the Master City Governor. Zheng Jian's head was on the ground as he spoke in a trembling voice. "If you do it again, you'll definitely die." The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Zheng Jian coldly and said calmly when he heard what Zheng Jian said. Although his tone was calm, the killing intent in it was obvious. "Thank you, Master City Governor." Zheng Jian hurriedly thanked him and stood up. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, he looked at Duan Lingtian with even more coldness and hatred. At this moment, he was unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He did not dare to direct his anger at the city governor of Mound Hill City, so he shifted the blame to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have angered Master City Governor. It's all your fault. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you." Zheng Jian roared madly in his heart. Although Duan Lingtian didn't know what Zheng Jian was thinking, he guessed that Zheng Jian wanted to kill him when he saw the murderous look in Zheng Jian's eyes. "Zheng Jian." For a moment his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Duan Lingtian, you still haven't answered my question. Am I right?" The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Lingtian again. The coldness on his face was gone as he asked with a smile. This scene caused Zheng Jian's expression to turn even uglier. "City Master, I am not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast." Duan Lingtian said truthfully. "You're not." The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned and said in confusion, "That shouldn't be the case. If you're not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast, how do you have the ability to defeat opponents of a higher level? Or perhaps, you're a human transformed from a sacred beast?" The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself. Although the city governor of Mound Hill City was mumbling to himself, it was very quiet in the meeting hall. Therefore, almost everyone present heard what he said. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention again. A human transformed from a sacred beast? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. "City Master, not only am I not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast, but I'm also not a human transformed from a sacred beast. I'm a human martial cultivator through and through." "Impossible." The city governor of Mound Hill City shook his head and said decisively, "If you're a human martial cultivator through and through, it's impossible for you to have the ability to defeat opponents of a higher level." "That's right. How's that possible?" It seems like Duan Lingtian still wants to hide his identity. At this time, even if he has a silver tongue, he won't be able to hide it anymore. Many people whispered among themselves. "City Master." Duan Lingtian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City and said, "As far as I know, there's an item in the Dao Martial Saint Land called the Body Verification Stone. Although the Body Verification Stone can't help one fight, it can be used to verify if a person is a human transformed from a sacred beast, or the offspring of a human and a sacred beast." Body Verification Stone. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. Although the Body Verification Stone is nothing special, It's still inscribed by a saint inscription master. Our city governor's estate of Mound Hill City doesn't have such an item. The moment the city governor of Mound Hill City's words left his mouth, it caused an uproar again. Duan Lingtian is really scheming. He knows that our Mound Hill City doesn't have the body verification stone, but he still insists on bringing it up. I think he's doing it on purpose. Does he really think that we'll believe that he's a human, just because he brought up the body verification stone? Many people whispered among themselves again. This time, even Guoli could not help but look at Duan Lingtian, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. After all, Duan Lingtian's ability to defeat opponents with a higher cultivation level was too exaggerated. She also did not dare to believe that Duan Lingtian was a human martial cultivator through and through. In the long history of the Dao martial saint land, she had never heard of such a human martial cultivator before. Even the legendary powerhouse who had opened 81 saint veins only had the ability to defeat opponents with a higher cultivation level after he had broken through to the saint rudiment stage. Then there's nothing I can do, Duan Lingtian shrugged and said casually. Moreover, it shouldn't affect me whether I'm a human martial cultivator or not, right? Just when most people thought that this matter was about to come to an end. Master City Governor, I heard that Old Ninth obtained a body verification stone half a month ago. Initially, he wanted to auction it in the Rare Treasure Pavilion, but in the end, he didn't bring it out because he thought it wouldn't fetch a good price. The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City and said, Heavenly Hero Guardian. He has a body verification stone. The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. You go and get the Heavenly Hero Guardian. The Heavenly Hero Guardian was the old ninth that the Heavenly Leader Guardian mentioned. He was ranked 9th among the 36 guardians in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. People called him the Heavenly Hero Guardian. Currently, his name was Lin Qingrong. Yes, the Heavenly Leader Guardian responded and left. Many people began to rejoice in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. Looks like Duan Lingtian has shot himself in the foot this time. However, Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of these gloating people. His expression would not change, even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him. The city governor of Mound Hill City also noticed Duan Lingtian's calmness. He could not help but feel puzzled. Was Duan Lingtian really not afraid of being tested by the body verification stone? Or was he deliberately mystifying himself so that he would not give up until the very last moment? Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, also had doubts in his eyes. Master City Governor. Soon after, the Heavenly Leader Guardian returned with a person. It was Lin Qingrong, the Heavenly Hero Guardian, who ranked 9th among the 36 guardians. Lin Qingrong stood in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City and bowed. Heavenly Hero Guardian, I heard from the Heavenly Leader Guardian that you obtained a body verification stone some time ago? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Yes, Master City Governor. Lin Qingrong nodded. Can you lend it to me? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Of course. Lin Qingrong nodded immediately. Then he lifted his hand, and a small crystal clear stone appeared in his hand. It looked like an irregular crystal. Subsequently, he handed the small stone to the city governor of Mound Hill City. This is the body verification stone. Duan Lingtian looked at the small stone that Lin Qingrong handed to the city governor of Mound Hill City in confusion. Although he had heard about the existence of the body verification stone, he had never seen it before. It was his first time seeing it today. The body verification stone was similar to the demon revealing mirror on Cloud Continent, but it was different. As the body verification stone was handed to the city governor of Mound Hill City, apart from Lin Qingrong, the rest of them had their eyes on the body verification stone. They also wanted to see if Duan Lingtian was deliberately deceiving them earlier. At that moment, Lin Qingrong was the only one who had his eyes on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with shock. On the way to the assembly hall, he had heard from the Heavenly Leader Guardian that Duan Lingtian was only at the early mortal shedding stage when he first brought Duan Lingtian back. Moreover, he also knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, and had defeated 2 mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators consecutively. In the beginning, he could not believe it. However, after the heavenly leader guardian said that he and the master city governor had witnessed it with their own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. Now, he knew the purpose of the master city governor borrowing the body verification stone from him was to verify if Duan Lingtian was really a pure human martial cultivator. Whoosh! Right at that moment, a soft sound resonated and attracted Lin Qingrong's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the city governor of Mound Hill City held the body verification stone in his hand and infused his true energy into it, causing the saint inscription on the body verification stone to flash. After the saint inscription flashed, a ripple of light rose. Not long after, a mirror-like barrier appeared in the void, reflecting a figure. The figure belonged to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's reflection in the mirror did not change at all. One must know that after the mirror barrier formed by the body verification stone appeared, the Saint Beast's true form would appear if it was facing a person who had transformed from a Saint Beast. If it was facing the offspring of a human and a Saint Beast, the silhouette of a Saint Beast would appear behind the person. However, none of these phenomena appeared. Why, you're really just a human? The city governor of Mound Hill City was the first to react. Although the body verification stone had shown its result, he still asked in shock. Is Duan Lingtian really just a human martial cultivator? Is there something wrong with the body verification stone? I don't think so. As the heavenly leader guardian, the heavenly hero guardian, and Su Qi regained their senses, the rest of the people regained their senses one after another. They could not help but lower their voices and whisper among themselves. With Zheng Jian as an example, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. What? Master City Governor, you still don't believe me at this point? Duan Lingtian did not expect the city governor of Mound Hill City to ask such a question at this point in time. Chapter 1397. The city governor of Mound Hill City felt a little awkward when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. After all, he was sure that Duan Lingtian was not a pure human martial cultivator since the beginning. Now that the truth was right in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. Duan Lingtian, can you tell me how you managed to defeat someone with a higher level than you? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Everyone, including the heavenly leader guardian and the heavenly hero guardian, immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. They were curious about that as well. Master City Governor, you're right about one thing. Duan Lingtian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City. That is, my body is indeed much stronger than an ordinary human. The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. However, the reason why my body is so strong has nothing to do with the Saint Beasts. It's because I had a fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath, and everyone's eyes lit up. Many of them were even greedy. However, Duan Lingtian's next words dispelled the greed that arose in their hearts. That fortuitous encounter was a strange spirit fruit. After I consumed it, I noticed that my body began to transform. After that, I went to that place many times to look for it, but I didn't find that spirit fruit again. Duan Lingtian continued. I can't believe there's such a spirit fruit in this world. It's your fortuitous encounter to be able to obtain it. The city governor of Mound Hill City exclaimed. The others agreed with him. Duan Lingtian, you've been hiding it from me for a long time. You were only an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when you came back with me. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and complained through true energy voice transmission. At that time, I don't think I said I wasn't an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, right? I don't think I said I was an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator either. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied through true energy voice transmission. You, Lin Qingrong was speechless. Now that he thought about it, Duan Lingtian indeed did not say he was not an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator or an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. From the very beginning, it seemed that his first impression was the strongest. Heavenly Hero Guard, I heard that you were the one who brought the Duan Lingtian back. I will remember your contribution, the city governor of Mound Hill City said to Lin Qingrong after he returned the body verification stone to him. City Lord, this is what I should do, Lin Qingrong hurriedly said. However, between his brows, there was an unconcealable joy. City Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first, Lin Qingrong said again. Yes, you may leave. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded. After Lin Qingrong left the meeting hall regained its peace. The other 11 of the 13 gangsters were now looking at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy. To be able to find such a spirit fruit, this Duan Lingtian is ridiculously lucky. This was what most people thought. Of course, there were also people with ugly expressions. For example, Ho Lin, Zhang Jilong and Zheng Jian. Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, glanced at Duan Lingtian nonchalantly before he closed his eyes to rest. No one knew what he was thinking about. Back to the topic. It was only when the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke again that everyone's gaze shifted away from Duan Lingtian and landed on the city governor of Mound Hill City. They knew that the city governor was going to talk about something serious. It was not difficult to guess what it was about. It was nothing more than something related to the test. The city governor would select 2 to 3 people from the people who achieved excellent results in the test to become his disciples. At that moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the rest of the 13 gangsters present were looking forward to it. I'll set a test for all of you tomorrow. Tomorrow's test will be a point-based test. The 2 people with the most points will become my disciples. The city governor of Mound Hill City glanced at the 12 people including Duan Lingtian. They were the other 12 people in the 13 gangsters apart from Ling Yun. Many people's breathing quickened when they heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. I called all of you here today to inform all of you that you can choose to participate in tomorrow's test on your own, or choose to work with others. Of course, you can only work with one person. The city governor of Mound Hill City continued. We can even work with others. Many people's eyes lit up at once. However, what the city governor of Mound Hill City said next made them dumbfounded. However, those who work with others have to bring a latent dragon camp member, who's not one of the 13 gangsters, to participate in the test. Moreover, the points that both of them obtain will be divided into 3. They'll each take 1 share, and the rest will go to the latent dragon camp member, who's not one of the 13 gangsters. As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that, most of them gave up on the idea. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? They did not mind working with others. However, it was difficult for them to accept the fact that they had to share their gains with a burden. At that moment, more than 90% of them decided to participate in the test on their own. Work together? When the city governor of Mound Hill City said that they could work with others to participate in the test, Guoli's gaze immediately fell on Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. If she worked with Duan Lingtian, her chances would definitely be higher. However, when the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, she looked away in disappointment. She knew that Duan Lingtian would definitely not reject her if she insisted. However, could she be so selfish? No. It would be fine if she only worked with Duan Lingtian and shared the points equally. However, if she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, she would have to bring a burden with her. That was not all. Most importantly, they would have to share the points equally with the burden. Each of them would only get 1/3 of the total points. Guoli, let's work together. Just when Guoli was ready to face the test alone, a voice entered her ears clearly, causing her body to tremble. Subsequently, she looked at the purple-clad young man who was smiling at her. It was Duan Lingtian, whom she had been staring at earlier. The true energy voice transmission earlier was from Duan Lingtian. Guoli snapped back to her senses after a moment of shock. Duan Lingtian, I know you mean well. However, I can't drag you down. Guoli smiled wryly. Drag me down? Duan Lingtian smiled. If Guoli knew that he was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City at all, he wondered what kind of expression she would have. Although Guoli had rejected his request, Duan Lingtian did not give up just like that. If that's the case, Then I'll forfeit and not participate in the test set by Master City Governor. Duan Lingtian said to Guoli through true energy voice transmission. You. Guoli was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's childish words. Duan Lingtian stopped joking. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. As time went by, Guoli realized that Duan Lingtian was not joking. In the end, she could only compromise and choose to work with Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian forfeited because of this, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Of course, she knew that Duan Lingtian did everything to help her. Her heart was filled with gratitude. After the city governor of Mound Hill City left with Su Qi, Duan Lingtian, and the rest returned to the latent dragon camp. As for the heavenly leader guardian, he had disappeared when Duan Lingtian and the rest left the meeting hall. No one knew where he went. However, Duan Lingtian and the rest did not care about the heavenly leader guardian's departure. The heavenly leader guardian was famous for being elusive. Therefore they were used to it. Duan Lingtian, if the two of us are working together, we'll need a third person. Guoli said to Duan Lingtian, through true energy voice transmission on the way. All right. Chapter 1398. You've got a candidate? Guoli was stunned. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It seemed like he was being impulsive when he decided to work with Guoli, but he had actually thought it through. He was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. He only wanted to help Guoli. Naturally, he only treated Guoli as a normal friend. He had no other intentions. The reason he did that was because of Guoli's reminder. It was Guoli's reminder when he first met her and didn't know her. Although he did not manage to escape because of Guoli's reminder, subconsciously, he always felt that he owed Guoli a favor. This time, he was going with the flow to return the favor. Naturally, he had to make Guoli the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City to return the favor. Who? Guoli asked curiously. Zhu Lang. Duan Lingtian smiled. In the latent dragon camp, he was only close to Guoli. Among the others, Zhu Lang was the only one he was close to. But, if we work together and bring Zhu Lang along, the points we'll get will be counted as the team's points, and we'll have to split them into 3. Guoli said with a frown. Isn't that too much of a loss? Do you think you'll have a higher chance of passing the test alone? Or do you think you'll have a higher chance of winning if you work with me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course, I'll have a higher chance of winning if I work with you. However, it'll be too much of a loss for you. Guoli smiled wryly. As long as you think you'll have a higher chance of winning if you work with me, don't worry about me, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian and Guoli were communicating through true energy voice transmission as they walked in front. The others could not hear what they were talking about at all. However, behind them, someone was staring at Duan Lingtian's back with hatred. Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Jilong gritted his teeth as he stared at Duan Lingtian's back. Yesterday he had been seriously injured by Duan Lingtian, and his injuries were only half healed. Even if he were to recover tomorrow, he would not be able to fully recover. When he thought about how he had to drag his injured body to participate in such an important test, because of Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel an evil fire rising in his heart. He hated it. I hate Duan Lingtian. He couldn't wait to grind Duan Lingtian's bones to dust. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zhang Jilong's hateful gaze, but he didn't care. He was just a loser. After returning to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian went to look for Zhu Lang and told him about his collaboration with Guoli. He also planned to bring him along to participate in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city lord is recruiting disciples? Zhu Lang's eyes lit up. Although he knew it was impossible for him to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he was still very interested in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian, this test won't be dangerous, right? In the end, Zhu Lang thought of this and asked cautiously. I don't know if it'll be dangerous or not for now. After all, until now, the rest of the 13 gangsters, and I don't know what the test tomorrow is. Duan Lingtian answered honestly. Zhu Lang frowned when he heard this. Think about it. If you're not willing, I'll just find someone else. I heard from the city governor that the points obtained in the test tomorrow can be exchanged for merit points. Duan Lingtian said. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 merit points. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 merit points. Zhu Lang's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time he was shocked. He knew very well what merit points were. It was something that could be used to borrow saint-grade martial tactics, and even purchase human-rank prominent saint weapons and saint-grade pills in the city governor's estate. It was the currency in the city governor's estate. Duan Lingtian, I'm willing. I'm willing. Zhu Lang panicked when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to turn around and leave. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would really look for someone else. He knew very well that this was a rare opportunity for him. All right, see you tomorrow. Duan Lingtian nodded at Zhu Lang and greeted him before he returned to cottage number 6. There was nothing much for him to prepare for the test tomorrow. Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and continued to cultivate the aerolite strike, the offensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow. Currently, the aerolite strike was not far from breaking through to the next level, below the high platform in the latent dragon camp. Wuxia, did your distant cousin ask you to participate in the test tomorrow? Zhu Lang asked with a smile as he looked at Wuxia. Test? Wuxia frowned. What test? Why? Didn't your distant cousin from New South Town tell you about it? Zhu Lang said in surprise. Tomorrow, the city governor will set a test to pick 2 disciples from the 13 gangsters. For this test, any 2 of the 13 gangsters can work together, but they have to bring along an ordinary latent dragon camp member. Duan Lingtian and Guoli are working together, and they invited me to join them. By then, I'll get 1/3 of the points in each group. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 merit points. A bright smile appeared on Zhu Lang's face as he spoke. His eyes were filled with pride. Wuxia's face turned gloomy. At this moment, if he did not know that Zhu Lang was showing off in front of him, he would have lived his life in vain. However, he could not say anything in the face of Zhu Lang's boasting. I'll ask my cousin Zheng Jian. Wuxia scoffed as he jumped up the high platform and went to cottage number 5 to look for Zheng Jian. Seeing this, the smile on Zhu Lang's face became even brighter. He felt exhilarated and proud. Since he had achieved his goal, he returned to his dilapidated cottage and began to cultivate seriously. In cottage number 5, Zheng Jian opened the door and walked out. He frowned when he saw the person outside. Wuxia, why are you looking for me? Cousin Zheng Jian, I heard that the city governor is going to set a test to pick disciples tomorrow. Wuxia asked with a flattering smile on his face. Yes. Zheng Jian nodded faintly. He did not seem to care much about this distant cousin of his. Cousin Zheng Jian, I heard that you're going to bring along a latent dragon camp member to work with you. That latent dragon camp member will get a certain amount of points that can be exchanged for a large number of merit points. Right? Wuxia asked with anticipation. Who told you that? Zheng Jian frowned and asked in a deep voice. I heard it from Zhu Lang. Duan Lingtian is going to work with Guoli, and he's going to bring him along. Wuxia said with jealousy. Duan Lingtian wants to work with Guoli? Zheng Jian's face darkened immediately as a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. It seems like that Duan Lingtian has no confidence in himself at all. As expected, he's a piece of trash. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's decision was purely self-abandoning. Although Guoli was also a mastery mortal-shedding stage martial cultivator, and was very powerful when she joined forces with Duan Lingtian, she was not as powerful as Duan Lingtian after all. Moreover, they would have to bring along a burden, and share the points with that burden. At that time, the points that Duan Lingtian would obtain would definitely not be as many as he would obtain alone. Therefore, he felt that Duan Lingtian had no confidence in himself, and had made such a decision to please Guoli. Wuxia did not understand Zheng Jian's words at all. Cousin, why do you say that? Zheng Jian snorted coldly. In tomorrow's test, Master City Governor will take in the 2 people with the most points as his disciples. As long as they're confident in their own strength, they won't work with anyone else. It's fine if they don't bring along a burden and share the points with the burden. Now, not only do they have to bring along a burden, but they have to share the points with the burden as well. Only a fool would work with someone else, Zheng Jian said. Hu Jie nodded. When he heard Zheng Jian's words, Hu Jie was stunned. It seemed to make sense. He asked himself if he was in Zheng Jian's position, he would not work with anyone as well. What a joke! It was already a headache to bring along a burden. Why would they have to share the points with the burden? I see. However, that Zhu Lang is really lucky. Even if Duan Lingtian and Guoli don't become Master City Governor's disciples in the end, I'm sure they'll obtain a lot of points. When Hu Jie reached the end of his sentence, his face turned completely gloomy. At that time, Zhu Lang will get 1/3 of the points. He and Zhu Lang had been fighting openly and secretly since they were in Wind Rain Town. Now that they had arrived at the latent dragon camp, naturally, he did not want Zhu Lang to step on his head. Therefore, his heart was filled with jealousy toward Zhu Lang. He'll have to be alive to obtain the points. Zheng Jian smirked. As long as I have the chance in tomorrow's test, I'll kill that Duan Lingtian. Zhu Lang is your enemy, so I'll take care of him along the way. Thank you, cousin. Hu Jie smiled when he heard Zheng Jian's words. The jealousy he had toward Zhu Lang in his heart disappeared. Zhu Lang, even if you're alive to obtain the points this time, you won't be alive to exchange them for merit points. Hu Jie thought to himself coldly. A day passed in just a blink of an eye. The next morning, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, appeared again. At once, apart from Ling Yun, the leader of the 13 gangsters, the other 13 gangsters left the wooden house and bowed at the Heavenly Leader Guardian respectfully. Let's go, the Heavenly Leader Guardian ordered, and 12 of the 13 gangsters followed him. Zhu Lang followed them after being reminded by Duan Lingtian. The Heavenly Leader Guardian and many others were stunned when Zhu Lang followed them. They did not know why he followed them. Duan Lingtian asked me to come, Zhu Lang said timidly under the Heavenly Leader Guardian's gaze. Duan Lingtian? At that moment, not only the Heavenly Leader Guardian, but everyone else also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is going to bring a member of the latent dragon camp to participate in the test set by the city governor? Is he going to find someone to work with? Is he crazy? Finding someone to work with is equivalent to finding a burden for himself, and he'll have to share the points with the burden. Chapter 1399. Everyone, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian, guessed the reason why Duan Lingtian asked Zhu Lang to leave the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian, do you really plan to work with someone else to participate in the test set by Master City Governor? The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a frown. Duan Lingtian nodded. You. The Heavenly Leader Guardian wanted to say that Duan Lingtian was foolish, but he did not say it in front of so many people. Instead, he said through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, you're foolish. With your ability, it's not impossible for you to become Master City Governor's disciple if you participate in the test alone. However, you're destroying your own future by working with someone else. The Heavenly Leader Guardian's tone was filled with disappointment when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything. What should he say at this moment? Should he say that he was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City? If he said that, he would definitely cause a public uproar. He did not doubt that at all. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you and Guoli are the only ones who chose to work together. In that case, I'll congratulate you and Guoli for getting first place together and becoming Master City Governor's disciple together. Just as many people were discussing among themselves, a loud voice resonated in the air, causing everyone to fall silent as they looked at the source of the voice. At once, everyone realized that the person who spoke was Zheng Jian, who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters. Many people were shocked. As it turned out, the person who was working with Duan Lingtian was Guoli. Although Zheng Jian was congratulating Duan Lingtian, anyone with eyes and ears could tell Zheng Jian was gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. Thank you for your kind words. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice the gloating in Zheng Jian's tone, as he replied nonchalantly. This caused Zheng Jian to ask for a snub. He snorted coldly, and didn't say anything else. When Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong learned that Duan Lingtian wanted to work with Guoli, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. They felt that Duan Lingtian was shooting himself in the foot. Duan Lingtian, you're too impulsive. Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked third among the 13 gangsters, could not help but speak to Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission. With your ability, if you don't work with Guoli, it shouldn't be difficult for you to become Master City Governor's disciple. But you. Before Jin Yuan Bao could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted. Jin's words was Duan Lingtian's. He wanted Duan Lingtian's disciples was Duan Lingtian. Lingtian knew was Duan Lingtian. Was Lingtian was asking for himself was for? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jin Yuan Bao shook his head, and did not say anything else. Soon, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the rest to the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city governor of Mound Hill City was alone. As for his disciple Su Qi, he was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that he did not come with the city governor of Mound Hill City. The test is outside the city. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he turned around and glanced at the Mound Hill City that was sprawled out like a giant beast. He and the other 12 people were brought here by the heavenly leader guardian to meet the city governor of Mound Hill City. Since they were out of the city, the test was most likely set outside of Mound Hill City. On this point he was almost certain. Let's go. Soon. Duan Lingtian and the rest, including the heavenly leader guardian, stepped into the air under the city governor of Mound Hill City's order. They followed behind the city governor of Mound Hill City and flew into the distance. They were not allowed to fly in Mound Hill City. Now that they had left Mound Hill City, the latent dragon camp members felt like they were free to do whatever they wanted. Where are we going? After flying north for 15 minutes, they still had not arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with doubts. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling puzzled, the city governor of Mound Hill City's voice was heard. We're here. We're here. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He looked around and realized that he had arrived above a mountain range. Is the test going to be held here? The city governor of Mound Hill City's action of descending from the sky answered Duan Lingtian's question. At that moment, the rest of the people reacted as well. We're here. No way. Is the test going to be held in this godforsaken place? I wonder what kind of test it will be. Amid the discussion, the group of people followed the city governor of Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian, and the rest followed behind the city governor of Mound Hill City until they landed outside the exit of a valley. Duan Lingtian noticed that apart from the exit in the sky, there was only one other exit in the valley when he looked at it from the outside. The other exit was the valley's exit in front of them. That's when he took a closer look. Duan Lingtian could see two middle-aged men in silver armor guarding the valley's exit in front of them. The two of them were dressed almost exactly the same as the latent dragon camp supervisor, the heavenly harm guardian. This kind of silver armor, could it be one of the 36 personal guards? Duan Lingtian guessed to himself. Master City Governor. While Duan Lingtian was still guessing, the two middle-aged men in silver armor at the valley's exit took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Master City Governor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard two more voices coming from the sky. He lifted his head and saw two other silhouettes in silver armor standing in the sky. They bowed respectfully to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian looked at the heavenly leader guardian and noticed that the heavenly leader guardian's expression had changed slightly. It seems like these four people are really from the 36 guardians. I wonder which guardian they are from. Also, what's the secret of the valley that the four guardians are guarding? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with curiosity. There were four people guarding the valley in front of him. However, there was no one in the sky above the valley. This was something that he had just discovered. Also, the group of US didn't get close to the sky above the valley earlier. Could it be that there's a flight prohibiting formation set up in the valley as well? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate secretly when he thought about it. It was the city governor of Mound Hill City who brought them to land outside the valley. If they wanted to enter the valley, why didn't they just enter from the sky? Moreover, there were 4 people who seemed to be from the 36 guardians guarding the valley's exit. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he heard a series of whistling sounds coming from behind him. His expression changed. City governor. He only reacted when he heard a series of deafening voices in unison. At the same time, he looked in the direction where the voices came from. More than 10 people in silver armor appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. These people were either middle-aged men or young men. Their appearance did not only shock Duan Lingtian, but it also shocked the rest of the 13 gangsters and Zhu Lang. They're all from the 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. He could tell. The silver armor worn by these 10-odd people was exactly the same as the silver armor worn by the 4 people guarding outside the valley. It was also exactly the same as the armor worn by the steward of the latent dragon camp, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. You don't seem to be from the 13 guardians? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he looked at Zhu Lang. Greetings, Master City Governor. Zhu Lang seemed a little awkward in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. I'm a member of the latent dragon camp invited by Duan Lingtian and Guoli. They plan to work together and bring me along. Work together? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Lingtian immediately when he heard Zhu Lang's words. A complicated gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. His thoughts were similar to the others. They all thought Duan Lingtian was asking for trouble. However, the city governor of Mound Hill City quickly recovered and looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. This valley is where you'll be taking the test. There's a flight prohibiting formation set up inside. Therefore, you can't fly inside. I knew it. The city governor of Mound Hill City's first sentence confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculation. Right now, there's a group of ferocious bandits in this valley. These bandits were caught by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, but we haven't had the time to deal with them yet. The city governor of Mound Hill City said, Today they're your prey. You can obtain the corresponding points by killing them. The points obtained by killing bandits with different cultivation bases are different. For example, you'll only get 1 point for killing a bandit on the early mortal shedding stage. You'll get 3 points for killing a bandit on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. You'll get 7 points for killing a bandit on the mastery mortal shedding stage. You'll get 20 points for killing a bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage. The city governor of Mound Hill City finished in one breath. Whoosh! There was an uproar when they heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. There's bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage? Many of them looked gloomy as their hearts pounded. Some of them even had the thought of retreating. A bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage is worth so many points? Duan Lingtian was also shocked. Killing a bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage was almost equivalent to killing 3 bandits on the mastery mortal shedding stage. At that moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the rest of them did not look too good. It was not difficult for him to guess the reason. They were worried about the danger. After all, there was a powerful bandit whose cultivation base was on the perfection mortal shedding stage in the valley. If they encountered him, would they not be dead meat? Each of you and each group will be followed by one of the 36 guardians under my command. They'll follow you and record the points you've obtained. The city governor of Mound Hill City seemed to have seen through the crowd's worries. So he continued, Apart from recording your points, they'll also ensure your safety. Once they attack, those who are saved will also be eliminated. However, the points you've obtained before are still valid. Now go. The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the entrance of the valley in front of him after he finished speaking. Remember, this is the only exit of the valley that's set up with the flight prohibiting formation. Let's go. Chapter 1400. Seeing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 enter the canyon, 2 middle-aged men in silver armor followed them in. The others snapped back to their senses. With the 36 guardians protecting him in the dark, he's safe. At this moment they no longer had any concerns. Humph. A cold gleam flashed in Zheng Jian's eyes as he flew into the canyon as well. He thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, you're lucky. He knew that with the 36 guardians in the dark, it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian during the test. After Zheng Jian entered, a middle-aged man in silver armor followed him as well. After knowing that there was no danger, the others entered the canyon one after another. After Duan Lingtian entered the canyon, he lifted his head and looked around. He noticed that the canyon was surrounded by cliffs. It was almost impossible to climb out without being able to fly. In such an environment with the flight-prohibiting formation, it's impossible for those bandits to escape. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why there were no guards in the other parts of the canyon. They were not worried that the bandits would escape. There was only one exit in the entire canyon, and it was personally guarded by a few of the 36 guardians. The bandits did not dare to barge in at all. Moreover, with the addition of the city governor of Mound Hill City and the leader of the 36 guardians, the heavenly leader guardian, the entire canyon was like an iron bucket that was airtight. The group of bandits had completely become Duan Lingtian and the others' prey. Of course, whether they could kill the prey depended on whether the hunters had the ability to do so. This canyon doesn't look big from the outside, but it's not small when we're inside. Duan Lingtian, Guoli, and Zhulang shuttled through the forest. He mumbled, "The canyon is covered with trees, so those bandits might have found a place to hide. I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort to find them. Let's take turns to investigate with our spiritual energy," Guoli suggested. Investigate with our spiritual energy? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Guoli's suggestion. He seemed to have thought of something, but he rejected Guoli's suggestion. There's no need for that. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian's words stunned Guoli and Zhulang. Then, they noticed that Duan Lingtian had slowed down and stopped. Seeing this, they all stopped as well. While they were still in a daze, they saw Duan Lingtian leaping onto a big tree at the side. At the same time he called out to them, "Guoli, Zhulang, come up here." Guoli and Zhulang followed suit. "The higher you stand, the further you can see. Duan Lingtian, that's a good idea." Zhulang smiled. "Although we can see quite far by moving through the trees in the valley, if the bandits hide in the forest on the ground and hide under the trees, it'll be extremely difficult for us to discover them," Guoli said with a frown. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as she finished speaking, she realized that Duan Lingtian had already moved. He leaped onto another tree and shuttled through the treetops like an agile monkey. "Let's follow them," Zhulang said and followed him. When Guoli saw this, she could only smile wryly and followed him. She suspected that Duan Lingtian did not hear what she said at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not hear what Guoli said. His attention was completely drawn to the front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he shuttled through the trees, the sun-shooting bow landed in Duan Lingtian's hands. He looked straight ahead. In his left eye, the black vortex in his pupil slowly turned. Strange pupil. In an instant, the vision in his left eye was extremely clear. Every tree, trunk, and leaf fell into his eyes, and they were clearly separated. After shuttling through the trees for more than 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. With a raise of his hand, his true qi condensed into an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. Whoosh! With a shake of the bowstring, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring back a little. Even though Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, and his strength was on par with the mastery mortal shedding stage, he could not pull the bowstring of the 5-clawed devil dragon's tendon much. Guoli and Zhulang, who were following closely behind, saw Duan Lingtian knocking the arrow. Their hearts skipped a beat. Did he find the target? Clang! Just when they noticed it, the true qi arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand left the sun-shooting bow in an instant. It turned into an arrow mark and disappeared into the air. At the same time, a figure that was 100 meters away collapsed with a loud bang. The one who fell was a middle-aged man with a dusty face. There was a bloody hole in his head, and blood was still flowing out from it. He was no longer breathing. He could not be any more dead. When the middle-aged man collapsed, the other two middle-aged men nearby had a drastic change of expression. The people from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City are here. At that moment, the two of them panicked and performed their movement techniques in an attempt to hide. Whoosh! Just when the two of them moved, another true chi arrow pierced through the air and killed one of them. The other person was still alive and was hiding behind a tree. The trunk of the tree was so thick that it would take two grown men to wrap their arms around it. What a terrifying archer! The middle-aged man who was hiding behind the tree panted heavily. His expression was terrible. In the blink of an eye, his two companions were killed. From the beginning until the end, he only saw two arrow marks flashing by. Did the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City throw us into this valley just to toy with us? The middle-aged man's face was filled with rage. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated. His eyes were bloodshot, but there was a hint of helplessness in the depths of his eyes. Whoosh! Another piercing sound that was short-lived was heard. It made the middle-aged man's expression change drastically, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he lowered his head, he realized that his abdomen had been pierced. Subsequently, his consciousness became blurry and erratic. Whoosh! At the same time, a purple figure appeared next to the tree and looked coldly at the middle-aged man who was swaying. However, the middle-aged man did not seem to notice him. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Guoli and Zhu Lang had arrived as well. They were stunned when they saw the scene before them. Oh God! Duan Lingtian had shot 3 arrows, and he had killed 2 bandits and severely injured one of them? Moreover, the bandit behind him was hiding behind a tree that would take 2 grown men to wrap their arms around it. This is a hemlock tree. Zhu Lang sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized the tree in front of him immediately. It was a big tree with a hole in its thick trunk. The hemlock tree was a unique tree in the Dao Martial Saint land. This kind of tree was extremely tough. An ordinary intermediate mortal shedding stage martial artist would not be able to pierce through the tree in front of them with just 1 arrow. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. Not only did he pierce through the tree, but he also severely injured the middle-aged man who was hiding behind it. The middle-aged man struggled for a while before he finally collapsed and died. How many points are these 3 bandits worth? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as though he was asking someone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the 2 middle-aged men in silver armor, who had followed the 3 of them in, appeared like ghosts. 2 early mortal shedding stage, and 1 intermediate mortal shedding stage. They're worth a total of 5 points. One of the middle-aged men said expressionlessly, "Only 5 points." Duan Lingtian frowned. He leaped into the air again and landed on the tree beside him before he continued to move through the trees. Guoli and Zhu Lang followed him. He seems to be that Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man who spoke expressionlessly left a mark on the 3 dead bandits after Duan Lingtian, and the other 2 left. Then he followed them again. He's indeed a good seedling. No wonder Lord City Governor and Big Brother value him so much. The other middle-aged man followed as well. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already moved through the trees not far away and followed Duan Lingtian and the other 2 from afar. Apart from recording the results, their duty was to protect Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Therefore, they would not allow Duan Lingtian and the other 2 to leave their sight. With the strange pupil, Duan Lingtian always took the initiative to kill the bandits who did not have time to react. He would leave corpses for the people who followed behind him. We're just taking advantage of Duan Lingtian by following him. Guoli and Zhu Lang, who were following behind Duan Lingtian, looked at each other and smiled wryly. They had not made a move since they entered the valley. However, many bandits had died in front of them, but they were all killed by Duan Lingtian. Damn it! Why are there corpses everywhere? Not far behind, Zhang Jian was coincidentally following Duan Lingtian and the other 2 in a straight line. He moved forward cautiously, but all he saw were corpses. For a moment, he felt that something was amiss. No, we have to change directions. At this moment, he finally came to his senses and changed directions to continue moving forward. Not long after, he finally encountered a bandit. This bandit was very weak, at least in front of him. He was killed in an instant. The early stage of the immortal shedding stage is only 1 point. Zhang Jian frowned and continued on his way. At the same time, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other two, as well as Zhang Jian, the other 10 people were searching the entire valley. One by one, the bandits died in their hands. No matter how big the valley was, there was an end to it. Duan Lingtian and the other two were the first to arrive at the forest in the middle of the valley. Duan Lingtian's strange pupil suddenly narrowed. He saw another bandit appear in his left eye's field of vision. This bandit was standing there, waiting for something. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he shot out another arrow. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air at an astonishing speed. Not good. Chapter 1401. In the blink of an eye, the bandit noticed Duan Lingtian's arrow in time. He lowered his head and rolled away awkwardly. However, he managed to dodge Duan Lingtian's true chi arrow by a hair's breadth. A few strands of hair fluttered in the air. Late-stage mortal shedding realm. Seeing that the bandit dodged the arrow, Duan Lingtian was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes lit up. In an instant, he shot another arrow. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian leaped and shot out with the arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the bandit, who stood up awkwardly after rolling away and landed steadily. At this time, the bandit also noticed Duan Lingtian. His expression changed drastically. Were you the one who shot me in the back just now? Late-stage mortal shedding realm 7 points. Duan Lingtian looked at the bandit like a hunter who saw his prey. His eyes were shining like 2 bright stars in the night sky. How dare you ignore me, kid? You're courting death. As a late-stage mortal shedding realm existence, the bandit had an unusual arrogance. Seeing that Duan Lingtian dared to ignore him, he was instantly enraged. Bang! He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Then, he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. A large saber appeared in his hand. The true energy on the saber raged as the saber ray skyrocketed. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic saber that was 10 feet long as it slashed down toward Duan Lingtian's head. It was as though it wanted to slash Duan Lingtian into 2. Die! As the saber fell, the bandit sneered as if he had already seen the scene of the purple-clothed young man in front of him being cut in half. Facing the bandit's saber, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. Body and arrow synchronization. Another arrow was shot. Duan Lingtian, who was stepping on the arrow, barely dodged the bandit's saber. In an instant, he was not far from the bandit's side. Shooting star arrow hail. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian shot an arrow. By the time the bandit's expression changed, and he realized what was going on, the rain of arrows was already whistling down from the sky. It was like a meteor shower. In the face of the rain of arrows that swept through the sky, the bandits did not dare to be negligent. With a raise of their hands, the sabers in their hands swiftly swept out, blocking the rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Meteor strike. Just as the criminals were fending off the rain of arrows and trying to escape, Duan Lingtian struck again. Whoosh! Only one arrow pierced through the bandit's forehead, killing him. As long as the martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage were not at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Duan Lingtian. They were not worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian, this bandit actually dodged your arrow. At this moment, Zhu Lang, who caught up with him, said in surprise. One must know that almost all the bandits they encountered along the way were killed by Duan Lingtian, with just one arrow. Right now, this was the first bandit who managed to dodge Duan Lingtian's arrow. He's a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian smiled. Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At this moment, whether it was Zhu Lang or Guili who caught up with him, their eyes lit up. This was the first bandit at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage that they encountered. Including this, we seem to have 39 points now. Zhu Lang had excitement written all over his face. Even if the three of them shared the points equally, he would still have 13 points. 13 points would be equivalent to 1,300 merit points in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian leaped into the air again and continued his journey by accumulating energy on the trees. The strange pupil in his left eye was constantly operating. Naturally, it was operating very slowly. Otherwise, his spiritual energy would not be able to keep up at all. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had only used up 1/5 of his spiritual energy so far. He still had 4/5 of it left for him to squander. Duan Lingtian and the other two looked like they were reaping the lives of bandits wherever they went. Naturally, the people who killed were all Duan Lingtian. I really don't know why this Duan Lingtian wants to work with someone else. The other two didn't even make a move along the way. A middle-aged man in silver armor, who was hiding in the dark and tailing Duan Lingtian, and the other two could not help but shake his head. As the saying goes, if you die under a beautiful woman, you'll still be a romantic ghost. This Duan Lingtian made such a choice for a woman. I'm really speechless. The other middle-aged man in silver armor shook his head as well. It was obvious that he thought Duan Lingtian was lusting after Guoli's beauty. That was why he decided to work with Guoli and help her. That's right. If it weren't for this woman, the first place in the test set by Lord City Governor today would definitely be him. The middle-aged man said again, secretly lamenting that a beauty was a source of trouble. From the beginning until the end, they could see that it was not Duan Lingtian and Guoli who were carrying a burden. It was Duan Lingtian who was carrying 2 burdens by himself. However, his eyesight is too amazing. We haven't even seen anyone in front of us, but he's already shot his arrow. Apart from the bandit at the mastery mortal shedding stage earlier, the other bandits were all killed by his arrow. That's right. Even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to do it. His eyes don't look like a human's eyes at all. How can a human's eyes see so far away? The 2 people who were hiding in the dark and recording the results of Duan Lingtian, and the other 2 people who were protecting them discussed with each other through true energy voice transmission. From the beginning until now, they had noticed that Duan Lingtian's eyesight was far beyond that of ordinary people. Perhaps they were stronger than Duan Lingtian. However, in terms of eyesight, they were not as good as him. Just as Duan Lingtian was sweeping away the bandits, several swift silhouettes were moving in different directions. They were moving at a speed that was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's. Xiong Hu, who ranked second among the 13 gangsters, led the way. Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked third, followed closely behind. Behind them were Sun Ge, who was ranked fourth, and Zheng Jian, who was ranked fifth. Along the way, they encountered a small number of bandits at the mastery mortal shedding stage, and a large number of bandits at the early and intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, although Sun Ge and Zheng Jian each killed a bandit at the mastery mortal shedding stage, they were also injured quite badly. The people from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City are just SSO. Along with a mocking laugh, a figure was sent flying with a bang before crashing hard on the ground. He was in a sorry state as blood gushed out of his mouth. Zhang Jilong's expression was extremely terrible as he looked at the bandit at the mastery mortal shedding stage, who was walking toward him with a murderous look on his face. Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, even if I couldn't defeat him, I could have at least tied with him. Zhang Jilong gritted his teeth as he faced the bandit who wanted to kill him. However, he did not hate the bandit in front of him now. Instead, he hated Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian had not injured him severely the day before yesterday, causing him to drag his injured body to participate in the test today, he would not have ended up like this. Just as the bandit was about to kill Zhang Jilong, a silver figure appeared. The 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, when the bandit saw the young man in silver armor in front of him, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around, as if he wanted to escape. Right now, he only had one thought left in his mind. Run. Run as far away as possible. However, could he escape? The young man in silver armor disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already blocking the bandit's path. Before the bandit could beg for mercy, he was already killed. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. You're eliminated. After killing the bandit, the young man in silver armor glanced at Zhang Jilong indifferently and said. Zhang Jilong stood up with a gloomy expression. He turned around and walked back the way he came. He knew that he was not destined to be the city governor of Mound Hill City. He was not destined to be the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. 12 points. Thinking about the points he had obtained, Zhang Jilong's mood became even more gloomy. Just as Zhang Jilong was eliminated. In another place, Ho Lin was also severely injured by a mastery mortal shedding stage bandit. Fortunately, one of the 36 guardians who was protecting him intervened and saved his life. However, he was also eliminated. When Zhang Jilong and Ho Lin walked out of the valley, they realized that 4 people had already been eliminated before them. These 4 people were the 4 people who ranked at the bottom of the 13 gangsters. However, these 4 people were only martial cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After realizing this, both of their faces turned slightly pale. Damn it! That Duan Lingtian hasn't come out yet. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had not been eliminated, both of them were upset. Although they could not wait for Duan Lingtian to die in there, they knew that the 36 guardians were the 36 guardians. However, they knew that with the protection of the 36 guardians, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to die inside. At this moment, they could only hope that Duan Lingtian would be eliminated as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Just when Duan Lingtian and the other 2 almost reached the end of the valley, the other 4 people also reached the end of the valley one after another and saw each other. Duan Lingtian, Guoli. 4 pairs of eyes fell on Duan Lingtian and Guoli at the same time. As for Zhu Lang, who was next to them, he was completely ignored. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to make it this far. I thought you'd be eliminated halfway. Zhang Jian mocked with a fake smile. My luck has always been good. There's nothing unexpected about it. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Jian indifferently. You, on the other hand, really surprised me by being able to make it this far. Humph. Zhang Jian snorted softly and looked at Guoli, who was next to Duan Lingtian. Sister Gua, you should have cooperated with me. Along the way, you didn't get many points from cooperating with Duan Lingtian, right? As he spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile. Duan Lingtian did not say anything when he heard Zhang Jian's words. On the other hand, Zhu Lang, who was next to Duan Lingtian, and Guoli almost laughed out loud. He did not get many points from cooperating with Duan Lingtian. Ha 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 ha. Just when Guoli's expression darkened and she was about to say something, a burst of wild laughter came from the depths of the valley. It was getting closer and closer. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. There were a few scars on his face that made him look ferocious. The fact that you're able to make it here means that you're quite strong. Unfortunately, you're destined to die here today. Chapter 1402. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Activating his divine eye, he immediately detected the cultivation base of the gray-clad middle-aged man with a ferocious face. His opponent was a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouse. He's a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit. Looking at the gray-clad middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian had a hint of fear in his eyes. Let's see if you have the ability to kill us here. Zhang Jian sneered. At this moment, Zhang Jian's eyes were fixed on the gray-clad middle-aged man. He did not notice that Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao's expressions had turned solemn, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even Sun Gu, after seeing the expressions of Xiong Quan and the other man, paused his restless figure. I'll show you soon, the gray-clad middle-aged man grinned. Then, without any movement, he disappeared like a gust of wind. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhang Jian. That's fast. His speed was so fast that it caused everyone's expressions to change. A small whirlpool appeared in his left pupil as he activated his strange pupil. After capturing the gray-clad middle-aged man's movement, Duan Lingtian felt that half of his spiritual power had been depleted. The spiritual power he had consumed at this moment was almost comparable to the spiritual power he had consumed along the way. Is this the speed of a perfection mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Not only did the perfection mortal shedding stage have many saint veins, but their sea of qi was also ridiculously huge. The amount of true qi it contained was incomparable to those on the mastery mortal shedding stage, let alone those on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The genuine energy of a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator swept out from his body. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his speed, it had reached a terrifying level. Duan Lingtian had noticed this when Ling Yin fought with Su Qi yesterday. This perfection mortal shedding stage bandit's ability is probably above Ling Yun's. Duan Lingtian came to a shocking conclusion after comparing this bandit with Ling Yin, who was ranked first among the 13 gangsters. If it was him in the past, he might not be able to tell the difference. However, now that he possessed the strange pupils, he was able to easily discover this by activating his strange pupils. Whoosh! Zheng Jian's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that as soon as the gray-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, the man had already arrived in front of him. Perfection mortal shedding stage. At this moment, he had also guessed the other party's cultivation level, and his face was filled with fear. In an instant, the true qi under his feet surged, and he planned to use a movement technique to escape. However, when he moved, he discovered that his opponent's hand enveloped him like a palm leaf fan. It was so fast that he was simply unable to dodge in time. At this moment, Zheng Jian's face was filled with despair. Bang! A loud noise was heard, followed by a wave of qi that made everyone's robes flutter. In the next moment, everyone saw a silver figure appeared in front of Zheng Jian. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. He blocked the palm of the middle-aged man in gray. One of the 36 personal guards following behind Zheng Jian finally appeared at the crucial moment and saved Zheng Jian's life. The gray-clad middle-aged man shuddered as he looked at the silver-armored middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. The 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? Didn't the city governor's office of Mound Hill City order us to deal with the people who entered the valley? Why did you interfere? It's your business to deal with them. It's my business to protect them. Master City Governor said that as long as you can eliminate all of them, he'll let you live. The silver-armored middle-aged man glanced at the gray-clad middle-aged man indifferently before he looked at Zheng Jian. You're eliminated. Zheng Jian's expression was grave, but there was nothing he could do. He could only turn around and leave with the silver-armored middle-aged man. When he left, he did not forget to turn around and glare at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Using me as a touchstone. At this moment, the gray-clad middle-aged man finally realized that the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was using him as a touchstone. The few of you must be from the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, right? The gray-clad middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others. Humph. I can guess even if you don't tell me. The gray-clad middle-aged man snorted coldly and continued. Although I can't kill you, none of you will pass this test in my hands. I'll eliminate all of you. Confidence shone in the gray-clad middle-aged man's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Jin Yuanbao's expression changed when he heard the gray-clad middle-aged man's words. He shouted loudly, Everyone, we can only join forces. At this moment, whether it was Jin Yuanbao, Xiong Hu or Sun Ge, all of them had confirmed that the gray-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. None of them was a match for a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse. They would only stand a chance if they joined forces. Join forces? The gray-clad middle-aged man could not help but scoff when he heard Jin Yuanbao's words. Then he disappeared before Xiong Hu, Jin Yuanbao, Sun Ge Guoli and Zhu Lang's eyes again. Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil and managed to catch a glimpse of the gray-clad middle-aged man's silhouette. In just a blink of an eye, the gray-clad middle-aged man arrived in front of Jin Yuanbao and slammed his palm out. Boom! The Saint Weapon Glove's true energy skyrocketed and transformed into a solid palm print that was about to land on Jin Yuanbao. Bang! Another silver-armored middle-aged man appeared and blocked the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm. He was one of the 36 guardians. Eliminated. The silver-armored middle-aged man looked at Jin Yuanbao and said coolly. Jin Yuanbao smiled wryly and helplessly. His opponent was so fast that he could not react in time. Although he knew that a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse was powerful, he did not expect him to be this powerful. In just a blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. Eliminated. Eliminated. After Jin Yuanbao was eliminated, a few more cold voices were heard. Zhu Lang, Guoli Sunge, and Xiong Hu were eliminated one after another. Among the four of them, only Xiong Hu lasted until the second move before he was eliminated. He's so fast. Xiong Hu was the last one to leave. Before he left, he looked at the afterimage that was shot out along with the arrow with a solemn expression. This Duan Lingtian is faster than me. The afterimage that was shot out along with the arrow was Duan Lingtian. Guoli and Zhu Lang left. With the 36 guardians around, they were not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Of course, they did not think that Duan Lingtian could deal with the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. It seems like nobody will be able to obtain these 20 points. A middle-aged man in silver armor stood on a big tree at the side and shook his head gently. 20 points were the points that one could obtain by killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Now, Duan Lingtian was the only one left among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Although Duan Lingtian was quite powerful and could defeat ordinary martial cultivators on the mastery mortal shedding stage, it was still not enough. However, this did not mean that Duan Lingtian could fight a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. His speed is even faster than Xiong, who's ranked second among the 13 gangsters. It's no wonder that Duan Lingtian could last until now. However, his speed is nothing compared to this mastery mortal shedding stage bandit. The middle-aged man in silver armor, one of the 36 guardians, continued to shake his head. He was alert and prepared to save Duan Lingtian at any time. Judging from Duan Lingtian's current speed, he could see that Duan Lingtian's current strength was at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage at most. He was still far from the perfection mortal shedding stage. You're the only one left. As long as I eliminate you, I'll be able to regain my freedom. The perfection mortal shedding stage bandit, the middle-aged man in gray, looked at Duan Lingtian, who was moving with the arrow. His eyes were gleaming, and there was a hint of excitement on his gloomy face. Are you that confident that you'll be able to regain your freedom? Finally, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. He stood far away from the middle-aged man in gray and confronted him from afar. I admit that your speed is faster than that muscular guy just now. However, your strength is at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage at most. My strength is close to the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. You're like an ant in front of me. I can trample on you however I want. The middle-aged man in gray said slowly, as he sized up Duan Lingtian. Go ahead and try. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly. At this moment, he no longer planned to perform his movement technique, because he knew that he would not be able to catch up to the middle-aged man in gray's speed, even if he performed his movement technique. His opponent was on the perfection mortal shedding stage after all. He performed his movement technique earlier, because he did not want the middle-aged man in gray to target him first. He was stalling for time, so that the middle-aged man in gray could eliminate the others first. Now that the others have been eliminated, there was no need for him to perform his movement technique to avoid them. Where did this Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? The middle-aged man in silver who was hiding in the dark could not help but frown when he saw the confident gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes. No matter what happens later, please don't interfere. At this moment, a voice entered the silver-robed middle-aged man's ears. He could tell that it was Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian was communicating with him through true energy voice transmission. Duan Lingtian asked him not to interfere? Aren't you afraid of death? The silver-robed middle-aged man frowned and asked through true energy voice transmission. I won't die. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice through true energy voice transmission again. His voice was filled with confidence. Humph. At the same time, the middle-aged man in gray who was enraged by Duan Lingtian's provocation, could no longer hold himself back. He snorted coldly and shot out, as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that a short-lived piercing sound could be heard in the air. His target was Duan Lingtian. Faced with the menacing middle-aged man in gray, Duan Lingtian's right eye could not capture the slightest trace. However, the middle-aged man's figure appeared clearly in his left eye. In just a blink of an eye, his left eye saw the middle-aged man in gray had arrived in front of him. Boom! The moment the middle-aged man in gray arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, the true energy in his palm, which he had long accumulated, suddenly pressed down on Duan Lingtian like a five-fingered mountain. Seeing that the middle-aged man in gray's palm was only inches away from Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man in silver, who was hiding in the dark, had a grave expression on his face. He had missed the best opportunity to make a move. Duan Lingtian, you can only blame yourself if you're killed. Chapter 1403. The gray-clad middle-aged man's palm seemed to have transformed into a five-fingered mountain as he tried to suppress Duan Lingtian. The power of a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator was fully displayed. In order to regain his freedom, the gray-clad middle-aged man did not hold back at all. Seeing that the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm was about to land on him, the little vortex in Duan Lingtian's left pupil spun faster and faster. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's remaining mind power was almost completely drained by the little vortex. Strange pupil. Spatial shift. In the blink of an eye, the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm that was about to land on Duan Lingtian shifted strangely and brushed past Duan Lingtian's body. The vast and mighty strength caused the air to vibrate, emitting a series of thunderous explosions. How's that possible? At the same time, the gray-clad middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by the palm strike that he unleashed with all his might. He was completely exposed in front of Duan Lingtian. In a split second, the true energy in Duan Lingtian's qi gushed out unreservedly and gathered in his right hand through the 32 saint veins. At the same time, he pulled the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow with all his might and released it. Clang! Buzz! A solid true energy light blade flew out and sliced through the gray-clad middle-aged man's throat before he could retract his true energy and activate his defensive technique. His head was severed from his body. Plop! The gray-clad middle-aged man's head fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from the two halves of his body and dyed the ground red. Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to move to the side. The gray-clad middle-aged man's body was then swept away by the inertia of the palm. The perfection mortal shedding stage bandit died just like that. He was completely dead. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound could be heard. This, the gray-clad middle-aged man who was hiding at the side, one of the 36 guardians, stared blankly at the scene in front of him and could not regain his senses for a long time. When Duan Lingtian told him not to interfere, he thought that Duan Lingtian was being arrogant. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was about to be killed, she thought the Duan Lingtian would be killed by the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit, because he did not make a move in time because of Duan Lingtian's words. Who would have thought that at the last moment, the bandit seemed to have been bewitched? His palm that was moving forward with a ferocious momentum actually changed direction abruptly and slapped towards Duan Lingtian's side. In that instant, even he hadn't noticed how the criminals had changed directions. In his field of vision, the criminal's hand seemed to disappear into thin air. At the same time, it appeared to the side out of thin air, dodging Duan Lingtian. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Then, he saw Duan Lingtian take advantage of the bandit's missed attack, and the fact that he could not withdraw his strength to defend himself. Duan Lingtian decisively killed the bandit. As a peak perfection mortal shedding stage existence, he knew very well that the bandit's missed attack was the turning point. Logically speaking, his attack should have been enough to kill Duan Lingtian. However, it strangely avoided Duan Lingtian at the critical moment. It was because his attack missed that he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Could it be? This Duan Lingtian knew this would happen? When he recalled Duan Lingtian's true energy voice transmission that forbade him from interfering, his heart skipped a beat as an incredulous thought rose in his mind. Then, could it be his doing? He did not dare to think further. If it was really Duan Lingtian's doing, how terrifying would it be? At this moment, a greedy gleam appeared in the depth of the silver-armored middle-aged man's eyes without any warning. If it's really Duan Lingtian's doing, if I can get my hands on it, won't I be able to fight a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse, with my cultivation base, at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage? The silver-armored middle-aged man was excited as he thought about this. By then, my Heavenly Dark Guardian's ability will be on par with most of the top 10 Guardians. The Heavenly Dark Guardian was ranked 18th among the 36 Guardians in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He had a cultivation base at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's face was slightly pale as his spiritual energy was almost depleted. At the same time, he became more alert of his surroundings. He noticed a burning gaze. Currently, his spiritual energy was completely depleted, which affected his ability to a certain extent. He might not even be a match for an ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now. Is it one of the 36 Guardians? Duan Lingtian became alert. Whoosh! After the Heavenly Dark Guardian appeared, Duan Lingtian became even more alert. He saw a subtle gleam of greed in the depth of his eyes. Greed? What does he want? Could it be? Could he have noticed something earlier? Is he plotting something against me? Duan Lingtian's heart sank as he thought about this. Just as the Heavenly Dark Guardian walked over quietly, Duan Lingtian took a few steps back. At this moment a soft sound of surprise came from the sky. It made the Heavenly Dark Guardian's expression change slightly. At the same time, he stopped walking toward Duan Lingtian. Heavenly Leader Guardian. When Duan Lingtian lifted his head and saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian standing in the air, he immediately sighed in relief. He knew that since the leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, was here, the silver-armored middle-aged man before him, one of the 36 Guardians, would not dare to act like before. However, Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Heavenly Leader Guardian had only resolved his crisis temporarily. Since his opponent was greedy, it was impossible for him to suppress it so easily. Big brother. The Heavenly Dark Guardian bowed respectfully in front of the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Heavenly Dark Guardian? The Heavenly Leader Guardian stepped on the air and landed next to Duan Lingtian, and the Heavenly Dark Guardian, in just a blink of an eye, he looked at the Heavenly Dark Guardian and asked with a frown, "Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?" No. The Heavenly Dark Guardian shook his head and subsequently looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "He killed him." The Heavenly Dark Guardian. When the Heavenly Leader Guardian appeared and greeted the silver-armored middle-aged man before him, Duan Lingtian already knew the silver-armored middle-aged man's name. The Heavenly Dark Guardian. It's named after the 36 heavenly stars. The Heavenly Dark Guardian seems to be ranked 18th. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian? At the same time, with the Heavenly Dark Guardian's reminder, the Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he saw the shock on the Heavenly Leader Guardian's face, Duan Lingtian continued. He fought with the others earlier and exhausted a lot of energy. I was lucky enough to kill him. Lucky. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Heavenly Leader Guardian had a look of disbelief on his face as he stared deeply at Duan Lingtian. The test is over. You can leave now. The Heavenly Leader Guardian said after a while. It's over? So soon? Duan Lingtian was stunned. There's only one perfection mortal shedding stage bandit in this valley. He's hiding at the end of the valley. You've killed the rest of the bandits. The Heavenly Leader Guardian said. Therefore, there's no more bandits in this valley. There's no point for you to stay here. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. When he left with the Heavenly Leader Guardian, Duan Lingtian clearly noticed that the Heavenly Dark Guardian's burning gaze would land on him from time to time. It seems like I shouldn't use the strange pupil in front of others in the future. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble sooner or later. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart sank. He had already guessed that it was the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit's palm strike that missed its target, that exposed the Heavenly Dark Guardian. The Heavenly Dark Guardian must have thought that it was some special technique of his, and coveted it. I'll have to be careful in the city governor's mansion in the future. Since the Heavenly Dark Guardian can't find an opportunity today, he'll definitely find an opportunity to make things difficult for me in the future. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this. Perhaps the Heavenly Dark Guardian would not kill him in the beginning, but he would definitely force him to hand over the spatial manipulation technique. Although he knew that the spatial manipulation technique originated from the strange pupil, it could not be replicated. However, the Heavenly Dark Guardian did not know this. If I can't hand it over by then, I'm afraid my life will be in danger, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Under the Heavenly Leader Guardian's lead, Duan Lingtian left the valley and returned to the outside of the valley. Where are they? When he returned to the outside, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was no one outside. Everyone, including the other 36 guardians, had left. Master City Governor has brought them back to Mound Hill City. The Heavenly Leader Guardian reminded Duan Lingtian, as if he could see the confusion on his face. Now, follow me back to Mound Hill City. I'll report the results of the test to Master City Governor. After calling out to Duan Lingtian, the Heavenly Leader Guardian took the lead and leaped into the air to lead the way. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind. Behind Duan Lingtian, the Heavenly Dark Guardian leaped into the air. It was obvious that he was prepared to follow the Heavenly Leader Guardian and Duan Lingtian back to Mound Hill City and the City Governor's Mansion. In the meeting room of the City Governor's Mansion in Mound Hill City, Master City Governor. Suddenly, a loud and respectful voice came from outside, attracting the attention of the group of people in the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, the City Governor of Mound Hill City sat majestically at the head of the table. Below him stood 11 young men and 1 young woman. They were the 11 of the 13 gangsters who had just returned from outside, and Zhu Lang, an ordinary member of the latent dragon camp. Come in. Hearing the voice coming from outside, the City Governor of Mound Hill City spoke calmly. Master Heavenly Leader Guardian. Seeing a figure enter the meeting hall first, many people greeted him respectfully. Soon, the people in the room noticed that there was a purple figure following closely behind the Heavenly Leader Guardian. It was Duan Lingtian, who ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian, a smile appeared on Guili and Zhu Lang's faces. Of course, Duan Lingtian's appearance caused some people to be happy and some to hate him. For example, Zhang Jian, Ho Lin, and Zhang Jilong had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Master City Governor, the final results and rankings of today's test are out. After entering the meeting hall, the Heavenly Leader Guardian reported to the City Governor of Mound Hill City. Speak. Chapter 1404. The person who ranked first in today's test is Xiong Hu. He obtained a total of 36 points. The person who ranked second is Jin Yuan Bao. He obtained a total of 32 points. The Heavenly Leader Guardian announced loudly in the meeting hall. Everyone looked at Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao as soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian was done speaking. No wonder they're ranked second and third among the 13 gangsters. They ranked first and second in today's test. Many people exclaimed, both of them will become Master City Governor's disciples. Many people looked envious. Of course, some of them smiled wryly and felt helpless. Xiong Hu laughed, laughing very happily. Although Jin Yuan Bao's smile was not as exaggerated as Xiong Hu's, he smirked too. It was enough to show how happy he was at that moment. From today onwards, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao will be my disciples, the City Governor of Mound Hill City announced. However, he glanced at Duan Lingtian without anyone noticing. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Since the City Governor of Mound Hill City had said earlier that he would only take the first and second place in today's test as his disciples, the Heavenly Leader Guardian did not reveal the other people's rankings and results. As the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke, everyone looked at Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao with envy and jealousy. As for the rest of you, I will send your points records to the Merit Pavilion. In 3 days, you can go and receive the corresponding merit points you obtained today. You can get the points you need from the Merit Pavilion, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the rest. At that moment, everyone was in high spirits again. 1 point is 100 merit points. I have 8 points, so I can exchange them for 800 merit points. Hehe. An intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator among the 13 gangsters chuckled. I have a little more points than you. I can exchange them for 900 merit points. Another intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator chuckled too. Heavenly Leader Guardian, Xionghu, and Jin Yuan Bao stay here. The rest of you, return to the latent dragon camp. The city governor of Mound Hill City spoke calmly. His voice echoed in the entire meeting hall. Just as everyone shook their heads, sighed, and was about to leave, a beautiful figure stepped forward and said to the city governor of Mound Hill City, Master City Governor, the points of our 3-person team were all obtained by Duan Lingtian alone. Sir Mayor, please give the points of the group to Duan Lingtian. The person who spoke to the city governor of Mound Hill City was none other than Guoli. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian hadn't split the points from killing the criminals equally with her and Zhu Lang, Xionghu wouldn't have gotten first place in today's test. Guoli. Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't expect Guoli to explain for him. That's right, Lord Mayor. All the points were obtained by Duan Lingtian. I am ashamed to accept them. Zhu Lang gritted his teeth and stepped forward as well. Although he really wanted the contribution points, he felt uneasy watching Duan Lingtian being eliminated. In his opinion, among the participants of today's test, Duan Lingtian was the most qualified to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Master City Governor has already announced the rules. Do you think this is child's play? Do you think Master City Governor will believe you when you say Duan Lingtian obtained all the points on his own? Zhang Jian sneered. The city governor of Mound Hill City sat in the main seat without saying a word. Perhaps he didn't hear what Guoli and Zhu Lang said. Or perhaps he didn't even want to talk to them. Let's go. Duan Lingtian frowned. After calling out to Guoli and Zhu Lang, he turned around and left the meeting hall first. He did not expect Guoli and Zhu Lang to do that. After all, he had no interest in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Seeing that the city governor of Mound Hill City ignored them, Guoli and Zhu Lang looked at each other and smiled wryly. They could only turn around and leave with Duan Lingtian. However, they were already regretting it. They regretted joining the test with Duan Lingtian and dragging Duan Lingtian down. The others followed them and left the meeting hall. That Guoli thinks she can make Duan Lingtian become Master City Governor's disciple just by saying a few words? What a joke! Ho Lin smirked. She wants to push Duan Lingtian up the ranks with the points they obtained. I can't believe she's shameless enough to say that. Zhang Jilong said in disdain. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. I've dragged you down. Guoli apologized to Duan Lingtian on their way back to the latent dragon camp. I should be the one apologizing. I didn't expect our points to not be ranked second. Duan Lingtian sighed. He had miscalculated on 1 point. He did not expect the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit to be the last bandit. Since entering the valley, he had obtained a total of 93 points, including killing the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. It was divided into 3 portions, so each of them obtained 31 points. Meanwhile, Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked second among the 13 gangsters, happened to obtain 32 points, which was 1 point more than the 3 of them. We only have 73 points in total. If we divide them into 3 portions, each of us will only have 24 points. We're still quite far away from the second place. Zhu Lang smiled wryly. Neither he nor Guoli knew that Duan Lingtian had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. However, Duan Lingtian did not plan to explain. Naturally, Zhu Lang and Guoli would find out when they exchanged their points for merit points 3 days later. I believe Master City Governor will find out about you obtaining 73 points sooner or later, Guoli said. Guoli said, 2 of the 36 guardians were hiding in the dark to protect us. They saw you fight along the way, and knew that you were the one who got the 73 points. If Master City Governor finds out about this, he'll definitely make an exception, and take you in as his disciple. Guoli only thought of this now. Earlier in the meeting hall, she was so worried that she blurted it out to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Just like what Zheng Jian said, the city governor of Mound Hill City might not believe her. The city governor of Mound Hill City would only believe what the 36 guardians said. That's right. Zhu Lang nodded in agreement with what Guoli said. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. If there was a pity in his heart, it was not because he could not become the city governor's disciple, but because he could not return the favor to Guoli. He had already made up his mind. If what Guoli and Zhu Lang said was true, and the city governor of Mound Hill City made an exception and took him in as his disciple, he would definitely seize the opportunity to return the favor to Guoli. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 returned to the latent dragon camp and returned to their respective wooden houses. After Duan Lingtian and the other 2 returned, Zhang Jian, Ho Lin, Zhang Jilong, and the rest returned as well. Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao became Master City Governor's disciples? The other latent dragon camp members were not surprised by this result. In the meeting hall, Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao stood aside respectfully after performing the ceremony of becoming the city governor of Mound Hill City. Since their master did not ask them to leave, they did not dare to leave on their own. How many points did Duan Lingtian and Guoli get when they worked together? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the heavenly leader guardian and asked. For a moment, Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao also looked at the heavenly leader guard. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of curiosity. Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly a monster in their eyes. They also wanted to know how many points that monster's group had obtained. 93 points. The heavenly leader guardian answered after the corner of his mouth twitched slightly under the trio's gaze. 93 points. Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao were stunned when they heard the heavenly leader guardian's words. After a while, they inhaled sharply at the same time with shock and disbelief on their faces. 93 points? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked with a frown. No, the heavenly leader guardian said. The heavenly leader guardian said. They originally obtained 73 points. However, since the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit was killed by Duan Lingtian in the end, they obtained 93 points. After splitting it evenly, each of them obtained 31 points. When he reached the end of his sentence, the heavenly leader guardian glanced at Jin Yuan Bao. It was as though he was telling Jin Yuan Bao how dangerous his results were. He had almost missed the second place in today's test. However, Jin Yuan Bao did not notice the heavenly leader guardian's gaze. This was because he was dumbstruck. That perfection mortal shedding stage bandit was killed by Duan Lingtian? At this moment, whether it was Jin Yuan Bao or Xionghu, their minds were replaying Jin Yuan Bao's words at the same time. They could not calm down for a long time. Was what Guoli said earlier true? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked again. At this moment, Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao, who had temporarily suppressed their emotions, looked at the heavenly leader guardian again. They still remembered Guoli saying that the points of their 3-person group were all obtained by Duan Lingtian alone. It was fine when they did not know the points of the 3-person group, but now that they knew, their hearts skipped a beat. Duan Lingtian alone obtained 93 points? They felt their hearts beating faster than ever before. It was as though their hearts would jump out at any time. It's true. The heavenly leader guardian confirmed with a nod. He was shocked when he first found out. However, he was numb when he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Duan Lingtian was a person who could not be judged by common sense. That was his understanding of Duan Lingtian. He obtained 93 points alone. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit with his intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivation base? The city governor of Mound Hill City mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke. Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Unknowingly, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Both of you go back first. Tell Duan Lingtian to come to the meeting hall, and tell him that I'm waiting for him. Soon after, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao and said, "Yes." Both of them responded respectfully and left the meeting hall, hurrying back to the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian, Master wants you to go to the meeting hall. Chapter 1405. Duan Lingtian was just about to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda when he heard voices coming from outside. He could tell that it was Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao's voices. The master they were referring to was undoubtedly the city governor of Mound Hill City. So fast, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He knew why the city governor of Mound Hill City was looking for him. It was just like what Guili had said. Once the city governor of Mound Hill City found out about his battle results in the valley, he would most likely make an exception and take him in as his disciple. After all, his battle results were even more exaggerated than Xionghu's. Apart from that, there was something else that even Guili did not know. He had killed the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit. Killing someone on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, with his cultivation base, at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage, his talent and strength were enough to attract the attention of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Walking out of the wooden house, Duan Lingtian happened to see Xionghu and Jin Yuan Bao arriving at their respective wooden houses. Duan Lingtian, you're a freak. Jin Yuan Bao's true energy voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Although Xionghu did not say anything, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was extremely solemn. Duan Lingtian flew off the high platform and was about to leave the latent dragon camp. Just as he was about to walk out of the latent dragon camp's entrance, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him and blocked his way. So fast. Looking at the Heavenly Harm Guardian, one of the 36 guardians, who appeared before him, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. This doesn't seem like the speed of a Perfection Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye out of curiosity. At that moment, he detected the Heavenly Harm Guardian's cultivation base. Paramount Mortal Shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the Heavenly Harm Guardian to have broken through as well. In fact, he had used his divine eye to detect the Heavenly Harm Guardian when he first saw him, when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. At that time, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was only on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. The Heavenly Harm Guardians left as quickly as they came. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he left again. What's going on? Isn't Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian stopping Duan Lingtian from leaving? Why aren't you stopping me now? The latent dragon camp members who had planned to watch the show were disappointed. Only Duan Lingtian knew that Xionghu or Jin Yuan Bao must have told the Heavenly Harm Guardian the reason why he left the latent dragon camp. How could the Heavenly Harm Guardian dare to stop the city governor of Mound Hill City from meeting him? After leaving the hidden dragon camp and arriving at the meeting room again, Duan Lingtian knew that he was right. Duan Lingtian, I want to accept you as my disciple. Are you willing? The city governor of Mound Hill City narrowed his eyes and asked Duan Lingtian directly. City Lord, what benefits will I get if I agree to become your disciple? Duan Lingtian asked directly when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's question. The Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He shouted angrily, Duan Lingtian, don't be arrogant. It's your blessing that the city governor is willing to accept you as his disciple. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so bold as to bargain with the city governor. Duan Lingtian ignored the Heavenly Leader Guardian and continued to look at the city governor of Mound Hill City calmly. He seemed to be waiting for the city governor's reply. The city governor of Mound Hill City was stunned for a while before he asked with interest, what benefits do you want? City governor, you're really straightforward. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. I don't want much. I just hope that you can agree to a request of mine, city governor. Speak. The city governor of Mound Hill City said. City governor, I hope that you can protect Guoli, so that she won't be sacrificed in the battle between the clans in Fuyu Town. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. He had nothing else to ask for from the city governor of Mound Hill City. Fuyu Town? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. Guoli is from Fuyu Town. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had some impression of Fuyu Town. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Guoli is from the Gua clan in Fuyu Town. She's also the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. The other two clans that are enemies with the Gua clan want her dead. Who is she to you? Why would you go to such lengths for her? The city governor of Mound Hill City had an ambiguous look in his eyes. She's my friend. I'm only helping her because I owe her a favor. Duan Lingtian said. Are you really just friends? The city governor of Mound Hill City had an ambiguous look in his eyes. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded calmly. There was not even the slightest ripple in his heart. He was telling the truth. He did not have any feelings for Guoli. Heavenly Leader Guardian, send my order to Fuyu Town immediately. If anything happens to Guoli, the city governor's office of Mound Hill City will annihilate the two clans that are enemies with the Gua clan. The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the Heavenly Leader Guardian and ordered. Yes. The Heavenly Leader Guardian immediately retreated and left the meeting hall. It was obvious that he was going to relay the city governor's order. At that moment, only Duan Lingtian and the city governor of Mound Hill City were left in the spacious meeting hall. Greetings, teacher. Duan Lingtian bowed to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Teacher? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to call him teacher. Teacher, master. Although the two were extremely similar, there was also a huge difference. Compared to master, teacher was undoubtedly much more casual. Usually there could only be one master. Even if one wanted to have a second master, the first master had to agree. Otherwise it would be disrespectful. However, a teacher was different. A teacher was not so particular. As long as it was an elder who had taught and guided him, he could call him teacher. You have a master? After a while, the city governor of Mound Hill City asked, as he relaxed his brows. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then why don't you call me teacher instead of master? The city governor of Mound Hill City's tone was stern and dissatisfied as he asked. A teacher teaches and answers questions. In my eyes, a master is like a bright light in the night, someone who can guide me forward. My teacher, on the other hand, was someone who helped me during my growth. Duan Lingtian answered honestly. Because of that, in his heart, even if he had the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City was only his teacher and not his master. The word master was too heavy. It seems like you're saying that I can't teach you? The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes gleamed coldly, and his tone became deeper. If you can be the bright light that guides me forward, by then, I'll naturally be willing to call you master. However, for now you're still my teacher. Facing the city governor of Mound Hill City, whose expression had turned extremely grave, Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as usual. Humph. You can leave now. The city governor of Mound Hill City snorted. Yes. Duan Lingtian did not say much. After responding, he turned around and left the meeting hall. Seeing Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappear before his eyes, the gloominess on the city governor of Mound Hill City's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. What a special little fellow. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator with his intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivation base. It seems like this little fellow has quite a big secret. The city governor of Mound Hill City was almost mumbling to himself when he reached the end of his sentence. Guoli's matter has finally been resolved. On the way back to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. He had finally repaid the favor he owed Guoli. He was free of debt. Currently, Duan Lingtian felt as if his body was as light as a swallow. I'll go to the Merit Pavilion to have a look 3 days later. After returning to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. 3 days later, he would be able to exchange the points he had obtained in today's test for merit points. Then, He would be able to exchange the merit points for some items in the city governor's estate. Perhaps he would be able to find something that he wanted. When Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to continue cultivating, an order came out of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and was sent far away. It was sent all the way to Fuyu Town. Fuyu Town was also known as Fuyu Island. It was an island located not far away from the Dao Marshal Saint Land. The Fuyu Island today was not peaceful. This was because a messenger had come from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City to deliver the order from the city governor of Mound Hill City. Guoli, a disciple of the Guo clan, is a member of the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. If anything happens, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City will step in and annihilate the two clans that are enemies of the Guo clan. These were the original words of the city governor of Mound Hill City. After the order was given, the entire Guo clan was in an uproar. Each and every one of them was extremely excited. The most outstanding disciple of the Guo clan was protected by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Unlike the Guo clan's excitement, the other two clans were gloomy, as though they had just gone through a funeral. The city governor of Mound Hill City is protecting Guoli? They could not figure out why the city governor of Mound Hill City would protect Guoli. Investigate. Send someone to investigate. We must know why the city governor of Mound Hill City is protecting Guoli. At the same time, tell the spies in Mound Hill City to stop their actions and stop targeting Guoli. After the orders were passed down from the two clans, the people from the two clans began to make their way to the Dao Marshal Saint Land. At the same time, the people from the Guo clan also left Fuyu Island. The Guo clan also wanted to know what was going on. When Guoli found out about all of this, it was already 3 days later. Master City Governor gave an order to protect me? Guoli was a little confused when she found out about this. However, she soon regained her senses. She knew all of this must have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it's you, is it? Guoli could not help but ask for confirmation when she saw Duan Lingtian walking out of cottage number 6 slowly. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Guoli staring at him excitedly. He had just come out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so he did not know what Guoli meant. Chapter 1406. Duan Lingtian nodded when he knew Guoli was asking about the city governor of Mound Hill City protecting her. Thank you. Guoli thanked him sincerely with a grateful expression on her face. You've left the wooden house. Are you planning to go to the Merit Pavilion too? Duan Lingtian changed the topic and asked. Yes. Guoli nodded. I've already used the opportunity to go out once every 3 months. I wonder if I can still go out. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this problem. I heard. As long as you register with the steward and exchange for merit points at the Merit Pavilion, it's not considered going out. Guoli said. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then walked into the pavilion beside the high platform with Guoli. After registering with the Heavenly Harm Guardian, they left the Latent Dragon Camp. After leaving the Latent Dragon Camp, they went to the Merit Pavilion. The Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate was an independent pavilion with 4 floors. The pavilion had an antique look and looked simple. As soon as they entered the first floor, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure walking toward them from the inside. Jin Yuanbao, senior brother Duan. At that moment, Jin Yuanbao saw Duan Lingtian, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Senior brother? Duan Lingtian and Guoli were stunned when they heard how Jin Yuanbao addressed him. I'm 2 years younger than you, and I'm not as powerful as you. Naturally, I should call you senior brother. Jin Yuanbao smiled. Duan Lingtian just remembered that Jin Yuanbao was also a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City like him. Junior brother Jin. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as well. Senior brother Duan. I've already exchanged for what I want. I'll take my leave first. Jin Yuanbao bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and nodded at Guoli before leaving the Merit Pavilion. Duan Lingtian, did I hear that right? Jin Yuanbao called you senior brother? Moreover, he admitted that his strength is inferior to yours? Guoli looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You fought him before? When Guoli learned that she was protected by the city governor of Mound Hill City, she knew Duan Lingtian had most likely become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, and had asked the city governor for a favor. That favor was for the city governor of Mound Hill City to protect her. However, although she knew Duan Lingtian must have become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she did not expect Jin Yuan Bao to address Duan Lingtian as senior brother. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. No. Then, Guoli wanted to ask more, but she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. You'll know in a while. Guoli looked confused, but she didn't ask any more questions. 31 points? Are you sure? In front of the counter on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, Guoli looked at the staff member in surprise. No. The staff member shook his head. The 3-person team you're in has obtained 93 points in the test 3 days ago. You've taken one of them, so you have 31 points. 31 points can be exchanged for 3,100 merit points. Do you want to exchange? The staff member asked. Wait. Guoli shook her head. Guoli shook her head. She couldn't react for a moment. I remember that our team of 3 got a total of 73 points. 93 points. Where did the extra 20 points come from? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Guoli's mind. She stared at Duan Lingtian next to her, as if she had seen a ghost. Duan Lingtian, why you didn't kill that perfection mortal shedding stage bandit, did you? Killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit would give her 20 points. Guoli's breathing quickened as soon as she finished speaking. She stared at Duan Lingtian with her clear eyes, not missing any expression on Duan Lingtian's face. When she saw Duan Lingtian nodding his head, she completely confirmed it. Duan Lingtian, you. At that moment, Guoli really did not know what to say. While she was shocked, she could only smile wryly. She finally understood why Jin Yuan Bao addressed Duan Lingtian as his senior brother. Exchange them for merit points. Duan Lingtian reminded her with a faint smile. Okay. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, Guoli reacted and exchanged all 31 points for merit points. She now had a total of 3,100 merit points. After Guoli was done, Duan Lingtian followed suit and exchanged his merit points. The merit points are stored inside. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he looked at the crystal card in his hand. When he inserted his true energy into the crystal card, the number 3,100 would appear on it. It was the value of the merit points. There's a saint inscription inscribed on the crystal card. Guoli did not seem surprised at all as she explained to Duan Lingtian. Saint inscription? Does this mean that this is made by a saint inscription master? Duan Lingtian was even more shocked. As far as he knew, there was no saint inscription master in Mound Hill City. As Duan Lingtian voiced his doubts, Guoli smiled and said, Duan Lingtian, this crystal card is not made by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It's not made by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This crystal card is from the 7th rated force above Mound Hill City. The merit points inside are also from that 7th rated force, Guoli explained. That 7th rated force is a powerful sect. Including Mound Hill City, the other 17 cities around it are also under the control of that sect. Just like the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the city governor's estate of the other 17 cities are also 8th rated forces. They each control an 8th grade Saint Stone reserve. Guoli continued. The 18 cities have to hand in a large amount of 7th grade Saint Stones and recommend young geniuses to that 7th rated sect every 3 years. That 7th rated sect will award a certain amount of merit points to each city based on the number of 7th grade Saint Stones handed in and the quality of the young geniuses recommended by each city. It's said that the city governor's estate of each city can use merit points to borrow human rank primitive Saint grade martial tactics from that 7th rated sect and exchange them for human rank primitive Saint grade weapons and high grade Saint grade pills. Guoli finished in one breath. A 7th rated sect that controls 18 cities like Mound Hill City? A 7th rated sect that has mastered human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics, human-rank primitive Saint-grade weapons, and high-grade Saint-grade pills? Upon hearing Guoli's words, Duan Lingtian sorted out the information one by one. His heart was filled with shock. Duan Lingtian, with your talent, you'll definitely be recommended to a 7th-rated sect by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. As for me, I'm afraid I'll never have that chance. Guoli had a self-deprecating look on her face when she reached the end of her sentence. Recommended to a 7th-rated sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as anticipation filled his face. Naturally, he wanted to climb up the ladder since he came to the Dao Martial Saint land. The higher he stood, the further he could see, and the faster he could find his parents. Moreover, according to Hualao, if he wanted to return to Earth, he would have to become stronger and stand at the peak of this planet. To him, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was merely a springboard. Water would always flow downwards, and men would always strive to climb higher. This was the truth that would never change. Let's go up to the 2nd floor and see what we can exchange our merit points for. Duan Lingtian changed the topic and suggested when he saw Guoli seemed a little disappointed. The 1st floor of the merit pavilion of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was the place to exchange merit points, while the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were the places to exchange merit points for things. When they arrived at the 2nd floor, Duan Lingtian realized it was the place to borrow Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods. So many Saint tokens? Guoli could not help but exclaim out loud after walking around the 2nd floor. There were at least hundreds of Saint tokens that contained Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods on the 2nd floor of the merit pavilion. Although the Gua clan that Guoli belonged to was a 9th-rate force, they only had a few Saint tokens. Moreover, they were only human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods. Among these Saint tokens, 90% of them are human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods. The remaining 10% are human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods. Duan Lingtian also noticed this when he walked around the 2nd floor with Guoli. There was an old man walking around and patrolling on the 2nd floor of the merit pavilion. He did not say a word from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this old man must be the powerhouse who guarded the 2nd floor of the merit pavilion. Activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian soon discovered the old man's cultivation base. It was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Apart from the old man, there was a young man in silver armor, standing at each of the 4 corners of the 2nd floor of the merit pavilion. His face was cold, and his eyes were focused. For people on the perfection mortal shedding stage, Duan Lingtian could guess their identities just by looking at the silver armor on the 4 young men. They were all members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Senior, how do I get merit points to read the Saint-grade martial tactics on the 2nd floor of the merit pavilion? Guoli asked when the old man approached Duan Lingtian and Guoli. Human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics. 100 merit points to read it once. Human rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactics. 1,000 merit points to save. You can't take the Saint token out of the merit pavilion. The old man said calmly. 1,000 merit points to read it once. When Guoli heard this, she was so shocked that she cried out in alarm. In fact, even if one wanted to memorize the contents of a Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic, one would need to memorize it at least 5 times before they could do so. The first time one read the Saint token, they would only be able to read the contents of the first stage, the fundamental awareness stage. If one wanted to read the contents of the second stage, the intermediate stage, one would have to cultivate the technique to the fundamental awareness stage, and so on. Due to this reason, one would need to read it at least 5 times to learn the entire set of Saint-grade martial tactics. It would cost 5,000 merit points to learn the entire set of human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactics. It was no wonder Guoli was shocked. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. 1,000 merit points to read it once? One must know that he was different from ordinary martial cultivators. An ordinary martial cultivator would need to read the Saint-grade martial tactics at least 5 times to read the contents of the Saint token. Chapter 1407. Silver Shirt. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian walked toward the few Saint tokens that contained the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic. His target was the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic that contained the Silver Shirt. The Silver Shirt was a defensive technique in the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic. At the same time, it was the upgraded version of the defensive technique he had cultivated, the Copper Shirt. Lin Qingrong had told him about it. Soon, Duan Lingtian found the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic that contained the Silver Shirt. Senior. Holding the Saint token, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man not far away. Whoosh! The old man disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of Duan Lingtian with a crystal card in his hand. Duan Lingtian took out his crystal card as well. When they were on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had witnessed the staff transferring 3,100 merit points to his crystal card. Therefore, he followed suit and stuck his crystal card on the old man's crystal card. However, he had no idea what to do next. Duan Lingtian felt awkward. Infuse your spiritual energy into it and transfer 1,000 merit points to me. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian, as though he could see the awkwardness on his face. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian immediately infused his spiritual energy into the crystal card in his hand. He wanted to transfer 1,000 merit points to the old man's crystal card. In a flash, the crystal card in his hand flashed. An array of light shot into the old man's crystal card. As Duan Lingtian infused his true energy into the crystal card, he could see that the remaining limit on the card was 2,100 merit points. It's that simple? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He did not expect it to be so easy to transfer his crystal card to merit points. From now on, you can borrow the Saint token in your hand, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded and infused his spiritual energy into the Saint token in his hand. In an instant, the information within the Holy Scroll flooded into Duan Lingtian's mind, becoming a part of his memory that was difficult to separate. However, among the vast amount of information, only the information about the defensive technique Silver Shirt was useful to Duan Lingtian. The rest of the information was completely useless. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the old man, Duan Lingtian did not rush to put down the Holy Scroll. An ordinary martial cultivator would need at least 15 minutes to memorize all the moves in the Saint grade martial tactic and cultivate them to the fundamental awareness stage. While Duan Lingtian pretended to be engrossed in the Saint scroll, Guoli did not stay idle. She picked a human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic Jade scroll and transferred 1,000 merit points to the old man. Then, she began to read the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Duan Lingtian was the first to wake up. He calmly placed the holy jade slip back to its original position. Soon after, Guoli woke up as well. At this moment, she had memorized all the moves in the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic to the fundamental awareness stage in her mind. As for the rest of the content, she could not see it for the time being. Due to this reason, she could only return the Holy Scroll first. After Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian returned the Holy Scrolls, they continued to walk up and soon arrived at the 3rd floor of the Merit Pavilion. The 3rd floor of the Merit Pavilion was where one could exchange merit points for Saint weapons. What was surprising was more than 90% of the Saint weapons placed on the 3rd floor of the Merit Pavilion were human rank prominent Saint weapons. All of them shone with a terrifying luster. Senior, how many merit points do I need to exchange for a human rank prominent Saint weapon? Guoli asked the old man, who was patrolling the 3rd floor of the Merit Pavilion. 2,000 merit points, the old man replied calmly. 2,000 merit points, Duan Lingtian said calmly. 2,000 merit points. Guoli's eyes widened. So expensive? However, the old man did not answer her. Instead, he had an expression that said, If you think it's expensive, don't exchange for it. Although Guoli thought it was expensive, she still chose a human rank prominent saint weapon in the end, and exchanged for it with her merit points. At this moment, only 100 merit points were left on the crystal card in her hand. It's really back to square one. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw the limit on the crystal card in Guoli's hand. Guoli, whose heart was bleeding, regained her senses when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She asked, Duan Lingtian, what did you say about back to square one? What do you mean? Back to square one was a proverb from Hua Nation, where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Naturally, Guoli did not know about this proverb. It means back to square one. Duan Lingtian replied. Guoli could understand Duan Lingtian's words. Although Guoli's heart was bleeding, she still had a smile on her face when she looked at the human rank prominent saint weapon in her hand. The human rank prominent saint weapon in her hand was also a long whip. It was similar to her previous weapon. It was because of this human rank prominent saint weapon that she decided to exchange for it. Duan Lingtian, aren't you going to exchange for it? Guoli could not help but ask when she saw Duan Lingtian did not choose the human rank prominent saint weapon, and did not even look at the human rank prominent saint weapons. Let's go to the 4th floor. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I saw a bow over there. It's a human rank prominent saint weapon. Are you sure you're not going to exchange for it? Guoli asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head. What a joke. The sun-shooting bow in his hand was many times better than a human rank prominent saint weapon. There was no need for him to waste his merit points on a worse weapon. Since he did not intend to exchange for it, Duan Lingtian took the lead and left the 3rd floor of the merit points pavilion and went straight to the 4th floor. Guoli followed closely behind him. The 2nd floor of the merit points pavilion was where one could borrow saint grade martial tactics using merit points. The 3rd floor was where one could exchange for saint weapons using merit points. If he was not mistaken, the 4th floor should be where one could exchange for pills using merit points. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. The 4th floor of the merit points pavilion was indeed where one could exchange for pills using merit points. 1-star saint grade pill. 2-star saint grade pill. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the 4th floor of the merit points pavilion, he had a certain understanding of saint grade pills. He knew that saint grade pills were divided into 9 grades from 1 star to 9 star. 1 star was the lowest grade while 9 star was the highest grade. The 4th floor of the merit points pavilion provided 1-star saint grade pills and 2-star saint grade pills that could be exchanged with merit points. It's indeed much more powerful than a royal grade pill. After probing the 1-star saint grade pill with his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian easily discovered that the strength of the medicinal efficacy in it was much more powerful than a royal grade pill. Naturally, there was no such thing as a royal grade pill in the Dao Martial Saint land. The same pill was called an innate pill in the Dao Martial Saint land. One 1-star saint grade pill requires 20 merit points to exchange for. One 2-star saint grade pill requires 100 merit points. What a sky-high price! The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself. Whether it was 1-star saint grade pills or 2-star saint grade pills, there were healing pills and pills that could increase one's sensitivity to the heaven and earth spirit energy for a short period of time. The former was used to heal injuries. The latter was used to assist one's cultivation. 11 2-star healing pills and 10 2-star sensory pills. Duan Lingtian looked at the other old man, who was patrolling on the 4th floor of the Merit Points Pavilion, and said, when he first arrived at the 4th floor of the Merit Points Pavilion, he had already probed the old man with his divine eye. He knew this old man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, just like the other 2 floors below. The pills that Duan Lingtian chose were 2-star saint grade pills that cost 100 merit points each. 21 pills were exactly 2,100 merit points. Duan Lingtian transferred the remaining merit points in his crystal card to the old man's crystal card and successfully obtained the saint grade pills that he wanted. A 2-star saint grade pill that's 2 grades higher than a royal grade pill. I wonder how strong the medicinal efficacy is. After Duan Lingtian put away the 21 pills, he was eager to return home. Right now, he only wanted to go back and test the medicinal efficacy of a 2-star saint-grade pill. The corner of Guoli's mouth twitched slightly when she saw how extravagant Duan Lingtian was. At the same time, she used her remaining 100 merit points to exchange for 5 1-star saint-grade pills, 3 1-star healing pills, and 2 1-star sensory pills. After exchanging everything, Duan Lingtian and Guoli prepared to leave. Both of them departed from the 4th floor of the Merit Points Pavilion and returned the way they came. They stopped at the staircase on the 3rd floor of the Merit Points Pavilion. This was because they had bumped into someone they knew. Junior Sister Gua, congratulations. I can't believe you're protected by Master City Governor. The person Duan Lingtian and Guoli met was Zhang Jian, the person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. At this moment, Zhang Jian was congratulating Guoli with a smile on his face. However, Guoli ignored him. Guoli's behavior caused the smile on Zhang Jian's face to freeze completely. As the smile on Zhang Jian's face disappeared, he shifted his gaze from Guoli to Duan Lingtian. Killing intent filled his body. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Jian indifferently. He was not afraid at all. Duan Lingtian, if you're still a man, when we return to the latent dragon camp, you'll challenge me and snatch my cottage number 5. Zhang Jian glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. His true energy voice transmission, that was filled with provocation, entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Just from Zhang Jian's words, one could tell that he was worried. He did not know that Duan Lingtian had been taken in as a disciple by the city governor of Mound Hill City. That was the truth. Since returning to the latent dragon camp 3 days ago, Zhang Jian had not come out of his cottage. He only left the latent dragon camp today because he had to go to the Merit Pavilion. During this process, he heard that the city governor of Mound Hill City had announced that he would protect Guoli. As for the news that Duan Lingtian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he did not know about it yet. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to challenge Duan Lingtian. I'll wait for you in the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. However, there were flames of anger burning deep in his eyes. It was enough to show his current emotions. Even a person made of clay had a temper. This Zhang Jian had challenged him time and time again. Did he really think that he was a pushover who could be bullied at will? I hope you can remember what you said now. Don't wait for me to return and find you hiding in your wooden house again. Chapter 1408. After taking a deep look at Zhang Jian, Duan Lingtian continued to walk down and left the Merit Pavilion. During this process, Guoli turned around and looked at Zhang Jian's back with pity in her eyes. Even Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters, had to address Duan Lingtian as senior brother. How dare Zhang Jian provoke Duan Lingtian? She could not help but admire Zhang Jian's courage. Of course, she did not remind Zhang Jian. She did not have a good impression of Zhang Jian at all. After leaving the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Guoli returned to the latent dragon camp. However, they were not in a hurry to return to the wooden house. Instead, they stood in front of the wooden house, as if they were waiting for something. The two people's movements quickly attracted the attention of many people. What are Duan Lingtian and Guoli doing? I don't know. They must have just returned from the Merit Pavilion. They must have exchanged many things. Shouldn't they be going back to the wooden house to count the things they exchanged? The latent dragon camp members in the dilapidated wooden house were confused. It was not until 15 minutes later, when a voice was heard from the entrance of the latent dragon camp, that they finally reacted. Duan Lingtian, you've got guts. Zhang Jian smirked when he walked into the latent dragon camp. He then leaped up to the high platform and confronted Duan Lingtian. Waves of battle intent rose from his body. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to respond to him. He only looked at him calmly. Guoli retreated to the side and looked at the two of them calmly. I was wondering who Duan Lingtian was waiting for. It turns out that he's waiting for Zhang Jian. When did they start fighting? Many people were shocked. However, More of them were excited as they waited to watch the show. Duan Lingtian, I'll let you know soon. You're nothing in my eyes. Don't think that you can look down on all the people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, just because you defeated a few people who have just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was ignoring him, Zheng Jian's face darkened completely. I don't know about the others at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but I really don't think much of you, Zheng Jian. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. Other than Guo Li, who knew that Duan Lingtian was telling the truth, the others thought that Duan Lingtian was being too arrogant. Isn't this Duan Lingtian a little too arrogant? Zheng Jian's cultivation base has long broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. His strength is far from what Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, who have just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, can compare to. If he thinks Zheng Jian is as easy to deal with as Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, then he's gravely mistaken. I'd like to see how he'll embarrass himself later. The latent dragon camp members at the dilapidated wooden house discussed among themselves. More than 90% of them did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Zhu Lang, I know you're close to Duan Lingtian, but he's destined to be unlucky today since he's going up against my cousin Zheng Jian. I suggest you go back to the wooden house, so that you won't be unhappy to see him injured. Hu Jie walked to the front of Zhu Lang's dilapidated wooden house and mocked him. We don't know who's going to win yet. Zhu Lang smirked. He knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well. Putting everything else aside, if he and Guo Li had not held Duan Lingtian back during the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City 3 days ago, he would have definitely ranked first. Due to this reason, he had confidence in Duan Lingtian. He believed that Zheng Jian was no match for Duan Lingtian. What? Don't tell me you think Duan Lingtian can defeat my cousin Zheng Jian? Hu Jie smiled. It was a mocking smile. I don't know about the other Mastery Mortal Shedding stage powerhouses, but I really don't take you seriously, Zheng Jian. On the high platform, Duan Lingtian's words kept echoing in Zheng Jian's ears. His body began to tremble violently due to his extreme rage. His eyes turned crimson red, and he was filled with rage. He was on the verge of collapsing. Finally, his rage reached its peak, and he completely broke down. Duan Lingtian, I'll show everyone how I, the person you don't take seriously, will throw you into the manure pit. Zheng Jian roared in rage. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile leopard as he pounced toward Duan Lingtian. The air seemed to have been sucked out wherever he passed. The onlookers held their breaths as they stared at the scene before them. However, what happened in the next moment left them all dumbfounded. Goodness, what did they just see? Bang! A loud noise came from the high platform, accompanied by a painful groan. In the next moment, everyone saw Zheng Jian fly out like an arrow from a bow, all the way out of the high platform in just a single exchange of blows. A moment later, Zheng Jian flew above the manure pit uncontrollably. Seeing that he was about to fly over the manure pit and land on the dilapidated wooden house, a purple figure appeared next to Zheng Jian out of thin air. Bang! Another loud noise came. Apart from Guo Li, the crowd could not see what happened at all. Zheng Jian's body suddenly fell. As the purple figure disappeared, Zheng Jian's body landed heavily in the manure pit. Yellow and white matter splashed everywhere. All of a sudden, the latent dragon camp members who were near the manure pit retreated. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the scene before them. They did not regain their senses for a long time. Did Zheng Jian pass out just like Ho Lin did last time? After waiting for a while, many people had a strange expression on their faces when they saw Zheng Jian lying in the manure pit, without making any sound. Even more people were looking at the purple figure on the high platform in shock. Duan Lingtian's ability is so powerful? Could it be that he has broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, and his ability is comparable to a powerhouse on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage? The news that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage, when he defeated Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, had spread throughout the latent dragon camp. All of the latent dragon camp members knew that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat opponents whose level was higher than his. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian sent Zheng Jian flying with just one blow and knocked him out with his second attack, they thought Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage and possessed an ability that was not inferior to an ordinary powerhouse on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. After all, Zheng Jian was different from Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong. His cultivation base had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage a long time ago. Among the people present, there were only 3 people who were not surprised by this outcome. They were Guoli, Zhu Lang, and the Heavenly Harm Guardian who was standing on top of the pavilion. This Duan Lingtian is really unreasonable. The Heavenly Harm Guardian shook his head. However, Zheng Jian was asking for trouble. Of all people, he had to provoke this malefic cousin brother Zheng Jian. Hu Jie snapped back to his senses and cried out with a terrible expression. He then flew out and scooped Zheng Jian out of the manure pit. Pft! As soon as Hu Jie placed Zheng Jian on the ground, he began to move. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of yellow and white matter that landed on Hu Jie's face. Blurg! Hu Jie was so disgusted that he immediately vomited all over Zheng Jian's face. Zheng Jian had just regained his senses. When he realized he had fallen into the manure pit, he did not know where to vent his anger. Now that Hu Jie had spat on his face, his expression changed drastically. He slapped his palm out of reflex and sent Hu Jie flying with a loud bang. Boom! Hu Jie flew far away and crashed hard on the ground. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth, and he stopped breathing completely. Whoosh! Just when everyone thought Hu Jie was innocent, a figure appeared next to him out of thin air. After checking Hu Jie's breath, his expression changed drastically. Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian, this is... Many people's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. Zheng Jian, you killed Hu Jie. The Heavenly Harm Guardian said coldly as he looked at Zheng Jian with a grave expression. Hu Jie is dead. At this moment, Zheng Jian finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically when he heard the Heavenly Harm Guardian's words. The reason his expression changed was not because Hu Jie was his distant cousin. It was because of the Latent Dragon Camp's rules. The Latent Dragon Camp had a rule that members of the Latent Dragon Camp were not allowed to kill or cripple each other. Otherwise, they would be punished. Those who killed would be severely punished and would be expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's estate. Before the others could react, the Heavenly Harm Guardian grabbed Hu Jie's body and flew toward Zheng Jian. He extended his other hand and grabbed Zheng Jian like an eagle catching a chick. Zheng Jian killed Hu Jie, who's also a member of the Latent Dragon Camp. This is a heinous crime. Send him to the punishment camp immediately. The Heavenly Harm Guardian left with Hu Jie's body and Zheng Jian. After a while, the people in the Latent Dragon Camp finally regained their senses. Hu Jie, he's dead? Hu Jie seems to be Zheng Jian's distant cousin. Zheng Jian is really ruthless to be able to kill him. I think he didn't even realize it at that time. Hu Jie's ability is far weaker than him. How could Hu Jie withstand his palm strike? The group of Latent Dragon Camp members discussed among themselves. They all knew that Zheng Jian was going to be out of luck this time. There's a rule in the Latent Dragon Camp. Anyone who kills another member of the Latent Dragon Camp will be severely punished and expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's mansion. Do you think Zheng Jian will really be expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's mansion? I think so. I don't think so. No matter what, Zheng Jian is one of the 13 gangsters. His talent and ability are extraordinary. I don't think he'll be expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's estate just like that. If Zheng Jian isn't expelled, won't the Latent Dragon Camp's rules be just for show? Who's going to obey them in the future? The Latent Dragon Camp members were divided into 2 groups and began to argue. At that moment, not many people paid attention to Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect that to happen. You brought this upon yourself. Guoli snorted. Upon hearing Guoli's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched unconsciously. Chapter 1409. Zhang Jian was taken away by the Heavenly Harm Guardian to the punishment camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, he did not come back. Things were changing in the latent dragon camp. Li Han, the first person among the 13 gangsters whom Duan Lingtian defeated when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp, had successfully broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. He wanted to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation. However, when he heard that Zhang Jian was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he completely dismissed the thought. However, he still managed to become one of the 13 gangsters with his own strength. The ranking of the 13 gangsters changed as well. Apart from the top 4 who remained unchanged, Duan Lingtian replaced Zhang Jian, who was originally ranked 5th, and moved into Wooden House number 5. Zhang Jilong moved into Wooden House number 6. Guoli moved into Wooden House number 7. The owner of Wooden House number 8 was Ho Lin, while the owner of Wooden House number 9 was Li Han. As for the owner of Wooden House number 10, it changed a few times within a month. It was only confirmed when another latent dragon camp member broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. At the same time, the news that Duan Lingtian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City began to spread. So Duan Lingtian has become Master City Governor's disciple. To be able to become Master City Governor's disciple after Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, this means that Duan Lingtian's ability has even surpassed Sun Ge, who's ranked 4th among the 13 gangsters. If he knew Duan Lingtian had become Master City Governor's disciple, I'm afraid Zhang Jian wouldn't have dared to provoke Duan Lingtian, even if he was given 10 guts. Life is unpredictable. Perhaps, even Zhang Jian himself didn't expect that he would be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate for killing his distant cousin. I heard Zhang Jian was barely alive when he was expelled from the city governor's estate. The punishment camp's method is too cruel. I think he's lucky that he's still alive. The rundown wooden huts in the latent dragon camp were always lively. Because Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhang Jian in one move, Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong's fear of Duan Lingtian deepened. Now that they heard that Duan Lingtian had become the disciple of the city lord, they completely dispelled any thoughts of making an enemy out of Duan Lingtian, especially Ho Lin. Although Duan Lingtian had once thrown him into a septic tank and humiliated him, facing the current Duan Lingtian, he did not have the slightest desire for revenge. A month had passed since Zhang Jian was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's mansion. On this day, the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun, left Wooden House number 1. As for what he was going to do, everyone knew. An hour later, Ling Yun returned. Even though his expression was still cold, his eyes were filled with excitement. It seems like Ling Yun passed the test that teacher set for him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw the joy in Ling Yun's eyes, as he walked out of the pavilion on the side of the high platform. He had entered the pavilion to collect his holy stones. Now that he was ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, he could collect 900 8th grade holy stones every month. Duan Lingtian, although you're older than me and you're the disciple of Master first, if you want me to call you senior brother, you'll have to defeat me first. When Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Yun was also looking at him and communicating with him using his true qi through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly and returned to Wooden House number 5 directly. After returning to the wooden house, he took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and entered it directly with his mind. He then went to the 2nd floor. After going to the 2nd floor, he continued to cultivate. There was a layer of silver luster on his body, as if he was wearing a silver suit. As the upgraded version of the copper shirt, it's been very smooth for me to cultivate the silver shirt. Now I've cultivated it to the competent stage. Duan Lingtian had a satisfied smile on his face. A month had passed outside, and 3 months had passed in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In 3 months, Duan Lingtian had successfully cultivated the silver shirt to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint grade martial tactic. The power of the silver shirt that had been cultivated to the advanced stage was equivalent to the copper shirt that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable level. I can feel that. Now once I perform the silver shirt, the power of my body will be much stronger. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In another month, I'll have been in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City for half a year. Duan Lingtian sighed as he thought to this point. Of course, the half a year he was talking about was the time in the outside world. The time in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much longer than the outside world. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He put away the silver shirt and left the 2nd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He arrived at the 1st floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao. Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao, who was sitting cross-legged, and greeted him. What's the matter? Hualao opened his eyes and asked. Hualao, I want to ask you, does my growth ring grow with the passage of time in the outside world, or in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Duan Lingtian had thought of this earlier. If his growth ring grew with the passage of time in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he would be 36 years old now. If it grew with the passage of time in the outside world, he would still be 35 years old. When he first met Lin Qingrong and Guoli, he seemed to have just turned 35 years old. Your growth ring grows with the passage of time in the outside world. The passage of time in the outside world is normal. You can think of it that way. The extra time in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is equivalent to stealing, so it won't affect your growth ring. Hualao said. Stealing? Hualao, you mean, when I was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, my growth ring didn't change? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried to suppress his agitated emotions. Yes. Hualao nodded. Since you came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, your growth ring has only grown for half a month. This half a month is the time you spent in the outside world for the past half a year. I've been in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City for half a year. In the past half a year, other than the last time I went out for 10 days, I only spent 5 days in the outside world. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he muttered. If that's the case, won't my growth ring grow very slowly? That's right. Hualao nodded. Your growth ring grows with the passage of time in the outside world. When you were in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, your growth ring didn't change. Based on the fact that you've only spent 15 days in the outside world in the past half a year, 12 years have passed in the outside world, and your growth ring has only grown by 1 ring, which means your age has only increased by 1 year. Hualao continued. Boom. Hualao's words were like a clap of thunder. Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. Based on the time he had spent in the outside world in the past half a year, 12 years, and his growth ring had only grown by 1 ring? Isn't this too much? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a blank expression on his face. Based on this calculation, my growth ring has only grown by 5 rings after 60 years in the outside world. At that time, I'll only be 40 years old? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he thought of this. In fact, in the Dao Martial Saint land, those below the age of 40 were considered young people. Based on the time he had spent in the outside world in the past half a year, he would only be considered as a young person after 60 years? At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized how extraordinary the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was indeed a top celestial supreme treasure. It could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth, and steal the cycle of time. In the past half a year, I've consumed 10 2-star sensory pills to increase my sensitivity to the heaven and earth spirit energy. My cultivation has improved tremendously. My excised Qi is almost full now. Although I don't have any 2-star sensory pills now, I'll be able to fill my Qi in a month's time with the help of the 32 saint veins in my body to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. Duan Lingtian continued to mutter to himself. The next breakthrough would be to break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Once he broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, his Qi would transform again and become bigger. At that time, the transformed and enlarged Qi would be able to store more true energy. Not only that, after his Qi metamorphosed and expanded, He would also open more saint meridians, and open more saint meridians. The increase of saint veins would affect the speed of the true energy in his body, directly affecting his strength. With the true energy in my Qi, I'm confident I can defeat any martial or Dao cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage, even if I don't use the silver shirt. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, he was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Once I break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, even if I've just broken through, I'm confident I can defeat most martial and Dao cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage with the help of the silver shirt. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, 9 dragons form. As he cultivated the mental cultivation method in his body, the heaven and earth spirit energy, in the air and saint stones, were continuously absorbed into his body. After the heaven and earth spirit energy entered his body, it was transported by the 9 dragons and turned into true energy that merged with his Qi. With this cycle, the true energy in his Qi continued to increase. Soon, a month had passed in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. At this moment, the Qi in between Duan Lingtian's brows was finally filled to the brim with true energy. My true energy is now full. Now I can try to open up a bigger Qi. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Then he closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. Chapter 14:10. Boom. Along with his Qi expanding to the limit like a balloon before exploding, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of dizziness. However, when he regained his senses, a look of joy appeared on his face. My Qi, it's so big now. Duan Lingtian noticed that his Qi had changed, completely changed, and became extremely exaggerated. Previously, his Qi was only the size of an egg. Now his Qi was as big as a basketball on Earth in his previous life. The true energy that had exploded his egg-sized Qi only occupied a corner of his basketball-sized Qi. It did not seem worth mentioning at all. However, Duan Lingtian knew he had taken another step forward. He had broken through half of the mastery mortal shedding stage. The remaining half was to open up saint veins. I opened up 15 saint veins when I was on the early mortal shedding stage. I opened up another 17 saint veins when I was on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. By right, I should be able to open up at least 18 saint veins now that I've broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Let's hope there's an accident. The so-called accident referred to the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to open more than 18 saint veins. It was similar to when he opened up more than 16 saint veins when he was on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had experienced it twice in the past, it was smooth sailing for him to open his saint veins again. However, it would still take him some time. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian, who had opened up more saint veins, stopped when he felt he could no longer open up more saint veins. How many saint veins have I opened up? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the mood to check the number of saint veins he had opened up in his body. After counting the number of saint veins he had opened up, Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble violently due to excitement. I didn't count wrongly, right? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian excitedly observed the extra saint veins that he had opened after breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. After counting back and forth a few times, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed it. He did not count wrongly. 20. He actually opened up 20 more saint veins. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. Initially, he had thought he would only be able to open up 19 saint veins at most. Who knew he would be able to open up 20 more saint veins than he had expected? In addition to the original 32 saint veins, I now have a total of 52 saint veins. In fact, an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse, who could open more than 50 saint veins in their body, was considered to have the talent to break through to the saint stage and become a saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, but he had already opened 52 saint veins. In the future, even if there's no accident, I'll be able to open up at least 21 saint veins when I'm at the perfection mortal shedding stage, and 22 saint veins when I'm at the paramount mortal shedding stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to feel excited again. In other words, even if there's no accident in the future, I'll be able to open up at least 94 saint veins? I still remember, Hua Lao said that even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, only opened up 93 saint veins in the ancient myths on earth in my past life. I can open up more saint veins than him? Duan Lingtian gasped. Although he had opened up more saint veins, it did not mean he could win against those who had opened up fewer saint veins. However, Duan Lingtian was still elated to be able to surpass Sun Wukong in this aspect. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became even more excited. He could not help but feel excited. Currently, he had only broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, but the number of saint veins in his body was more than many martial and Dao cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Right now, he only needed a blink of an eye to circulate the true energy in his sea of qi to the surface of his body. With just a thought, his true energy appeared instantly. Silver shirt. With just a thought, the true energy in Duan Lingtian's sea of qi instantly flowed through the 52 saint veins and spread throughout his body. It was as though he was wearing a shiny silver shirt. In the next second, he casually threw a punch. His true energy shot out like a gigantic dragon and crashed into the wall in the distance, creating a series of loud noises. During this process, the air seemed to have been sucked out of the places where the gigantic dragon passed. What a powerful strength! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. With my current strength, even if I don't use the strange pupil, there shouldn't be many martial and Dao cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage who's a match for me. I'm not afraid even if I have to face Su Qi. Su Qi was the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. His cultivation base was at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. More than a month ago, he defeated Ling Yun, the leader of the Latent Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters, in 3 moves. One could see how powerful his strength was. After breaking through his cultivation base, Duan Lingtian cultivated for another half a month. Apart from consolidating his cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage, he also accumulated some true energy in his basketball-sized sea of qi. There are still 10 days left in the outside world. It's time to collect the Saint Stones again. 10 days outside is equivalent to a month in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's just right for me to cultivate my martial arts techniques. In the following month, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate the techniques in the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. He mainly cultivated the offensive technique, Aerolite Strike, and the movement technique, Body and Arrow Synchronization. Aerolite Strike was Duan Lingtian's most powerful attack technique at the moment. Body and Arrow Synchronization was also the technique that maximized his speed. I've finally broken through. A month later, Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. He was pleasantly surprised. Heaven rewarded those who persevered. With Duan Lingtian's perseverance, he had finally cultivated the offensive technique, Aerolite Strike, in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow is a human rank prominent Saint Grade Martial Tactic. The power of the offensive technique, Aerolite Strike, recorded in it, far surpasses the offensive techniques in the human rank primitive and human rank mediocre Saint Grade Martial Tactics. According to my calculations, the Aerolite Strike that has been cultivated to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, is comparable to the offensive techniques in the human rank mediocre Saint Grade Martial Tactics that have been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage. In Mound Hill City, apart from teacher, I'm afraid not many people have access to human rank mediocre Saint Grade Martial Tactics. Therefore, even Su Qi must not have cultivated a human rank mediocre Saint Grade Martial Tactic. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Unless Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Otherwise, I'm confident I can defeat him. The breakthrough of the offensive technique, Aerolite Strike, in the colossal Aerolite Arrow, gave Duan Lingtian great confidence. Now, apart from those saint beasts and savage beasts at the perfection mortal shedding stage, who have powerful bodies, human martial and Dao cultivators, at the perfection mortal shedding stage, should be no match for me. Duan Lingtian's confidence grew as he muttered to himself. It's a pity that I haven't broken through to the body and arrow synchronization. Otherwise, my ability would have been elevated to another level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As the saying went, a man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It was a perfect description of Duan Lingtian. I'll go collect the Saint Stone. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and walked out of the wooden house in high spirits. He headed to the pavilion at the side of the high platform to collect the Saint Stone. After receiving the Saint Stone from the Heavenly Harm Guardian, Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude and turned to leave the pavilion. This Duan Lingtian seems to be a little different compared to a month ago. I can't put my finger on it though. The Heavenly Harm Guardian shook his head as he watched Duan Lingtian's silhouette leaving. That's right. I almost forgot. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Harm Guardian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes gleamed as he sent a true energy voice transmission out of the pavilion and into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, Lord City Governor has ordered that you can cultivate by his side after you come out of closed-door cultivation. Right now Ling Yun, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao are also cultivating by Lord City Governor's side. The Heavenly Harm Guardian reminded him. Cultivating by teacher's side? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He turned around and looked at the Heavenly Harm Guardian in the pavilion. He asked through true energy voice transmission, You mean, I can enter and leave the latent dragon camp at will? Yes. The Heavenly Harm Guardian nodded. Half a month ago, Lord City Governor ordered that you Ling Yun, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao can enter and leave the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate at will. I didn't expect that having a teacher would bring me such benefits. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and left the latent dragon camp to look for his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had a huge independent mansion in the city governor's estate. The front and back courtyards were as big as the soccer fields on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Of course, it was a regular giant soccer field. Teacher. Duan Lingtian bowed when he saw the city governor of Mound Hill City again. When they heard how Duan Lingtian addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City, the expressions of the three people standing behind the city governor changed slightly. One must know that when they acknowledged the city governor of Mound Hill City as their teacher, they would address him as master. Although master and teacher had the same meaning in general, there was a huge difference when it was broken down into details. Usually, only registered disciples would address the city governor as teacher. However, as far as they knew, Duan Lingtian's treatment in the city governor's estate was no different from theirs. It did not seem like he was just a registered disciple. Yes. When the city governor of Mound Hill City responded with a smile, Duan Lingtian also noticed the three people standing behind him. They were Ling Yin, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuan Bao, who were ranked first, second, and third among the 13 gangsters. I'm discussing martial arts with them. You're here just in time to listen. The city governor of Mound Hill City said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Chapter 1411. Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the Saint Grade martial tactic when he listened to the city governor of Mound Hill City's discussion. In fact, he had learned about the Saint Grade martial tactic through the Saint token in the past. The things he learned were rigid and were not as vivid as the city governor of Mound Hill City's explanation. No wonder there's a Saint token in the Dao martial Saint land, and so many people want to have a master. They want to have a master not only to have a backer, but also to improve their strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to return to the latent dragon camp. Instead, he stayed in the mansion of the city governor of Mound Hill City. The mansion of the city governor of Mound Hill City did not lack anything. Moreover, the cultivation environment was even better than the latent dragon camp. According to Jin Yuan Bao, he did not want to return to the latent dragon camp after staying here for a few days. Today, the four of you will decide who's the strongest in front of me. In the Dao Martial Saint land, the strong are respected. All of you will be ranked according to your strength. Based on your ranking, you'll be ranked according to your ranking, the city governor of Mound Hill City said to Duan Lingtian and the other three. Among the four of them, apart from Jin Yuan Bao who addressed Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun as senior brothers, the other three had never addressed each other as senior brothers. None of them addressed themselves as junior brothers as well. The city governor of Mound Hill City noticed this and planned to let Duan Lingtian and the other three determine their junior brothers today. Master, let me go first. If Xionghu can defeat me, I'm willing to be your little junior brother. Jin Yuan Bao took the initiative to volunteer. All right. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded. Then, he stood aside with Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun as they watched Jin Yuan Bao and Xionghu who were confronting each other. They were on the verge of a fight. Jin Yuan Bao, you're still the same as before. You don't give in to me at all. Xionghu was not surprised that Jin Yuan Bao wanted to challenge him. Instead, he looked at Jin Yuan Bao solemnly, ready to deal with him at any time. Although his ranking among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters was higher than Jin Yuan Bao's, his strength was not much stronger than Jin Yuan Bao. Every time, the outcome would only be decided after 100 moves. After breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Duan Lingtian discovered a problem. Even if he did not activate the strange pupil, he could still clearly see the movements of Jin Yuan Bao and Xionghu when they were fighting. It seems like my body has become stronger after breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. My organs have also become different from ordinary Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivators. Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. Duan Lingtian could not think of a second explanation. Jin Yuan Bao and Xionghu fought back and forth, and it was extremely intense. Facing two people who were evenly matched, in the end, Duan Lingtian felt a little drowsy as he watched. After 100 moves, Jin Yuan Bao fell into a disadvantageous position. Only then did Duan Lingtian regain his senses. After another 30 moves, Xionghu defeated Jin Yuan Bao in one strike. Another 130 moves. Jin Yuan Bao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned. 2 more moves than last time. Xionghu smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Jin, shouldn't you call me senior brother now? Senior brother Xiong. Although Jin Yuan Bao was a little unwilling, he did not act shamelessly. He called Xionghu senior brother obediently and stood aside. Whether it was Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, or the city governor of Mound Hill City, none of them were surprised by this outcome. After consuming a 2-star healing pill that the city governor of Mound Hill City threw to him, Xionghu quickly recovered to his peak condition. His eyes immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I admit that I'm no match for Ling Yun. If you win, I'll respectfully call you senior brother. If I win you, Xionghu looked at Duan Lingtian. However, before he could finish, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. If you win, I'll also respectfully call you senior brother. Good. That's straightforward. Xionghu grinned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Let's go. Under the gaze of the city governor of Mound Hill City, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao, Duan Lingtian strode out. A moment later, he stood in front of Xionghu without moving an inch. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Xionghu with a hint of pity in his eyes. In his opinion, Xionghu's ability was at most slightly stronger than his. It was impossible for Xionghu to be a match for Duan Lingtian, whom he was ashamed of being inferior to. At that moment, he seemed to have seen Xionghu being defeated by Duan Lingtian after a few moves. However, what happened next was out of his expectations. Not only was it out of his expectations, but it was also out of the city governor of Mound Hill City and Ling Yun's expectations. Under the gaze of the three of them, Duan Lingtian stood there without moving for a long time. In the end, Xionghu made the first move. Although Xionghu was ranked second among the 13 gangsters, he did not dare to be careless when facing Duan Lingtian, whom even Jin Yuanbao was ashamed of being inferior to. Once he made the first move, he gave it his all without holding back. However, even though he gave it his all, he was still sent flying by Duan Lingtian, who suddenly disappeared from his sight. The moment before he was sent flying, he only saw a flash in front of his eyes, and Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him, just inches away from him. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's fist landed on his body. When this fist descended, it caused his body to tremble. He felt as though Duan Lingtian's fist was like a sledgehammer that descended on his chest, causing his internal organs to tremble, and his entire body to fly out like an arrow that left the bow. After cloud riding, Xionghu fell to the ground pathetically. It was a clean defeat. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Xionghu's heavy breathing could be heard clearly. Amazing! After Jin Yuanbao regained his senses, he gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Senior brother Duan is indeed a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. I'm afraid his ability is on par with an ordinary martial cultivator on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although Jin Yuanbao looked calm on the surface, waves of shock had already surged in his heart. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he thought Duan Lingtian would only be able to defeat Xionghu after a few moves. Who knew Xionghu would be defeated in just one move? This gave him a new understanding of Duan Lingtian's ability. At the same time, his heart was filled with an inexplicable shock. Is he really just an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Jin Yuanbao secretly gasped when he thought of this. Disbelief was written all over his face. Ling Yin looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. He clearly saw how Duan Lingtian attacked earlier. At that moment, he even felt that Duan Lingtian's speed was not much slower than his. Although he knew Duan Lingtian could defeat martial and Dao cultivators on the mastery mortal shedding stage, with his intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivation base, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat martial and Dao cultivators on the mastery mortal shedding stage. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's ability to be so powerful. Even Xionghu, who was at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, was no match for him. And mastery mortal shedding stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City used his spiritual secret tactic to probe Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. He could not help but inwardly gasp. It was as though thousands of horses were galloping in his heart, and he could not stop for a long time. How long had it been? And Duan Lingtian had broken through again. After a while, the city governor of Mound Hill City finally calmed down after a few heavy breaths. However, although he was shocked, he did not say anything. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he naturally knew what to say and what not to say. He did not doubt it at all. Once the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through 2 cultivation bases in such a short time spread out, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. If that happened, it would not be a good thing for Duan Lingtian. This was because everyone, including himself, would think. Since Duan Lingtian was able to break through 2 cultivation levels consecutively in such a short period of time, it was highly likely that there was a huge secret hidden in his body. Naturally, there could be other reasons as well. However, others would not think so. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. That was the rule of a greedy person. Therefore, in order to protect Duan Lingtian, he remained silent even though he was extremely shocked. As long as he remained silent, Ling Yin and the other 2 would not know that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage again. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was still a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A freakishly terrifying intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. When he was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he could already defeat most of the mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. Now that he has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, even Ling Yin might not be a match for him. The city governor of Mound Hill City thought to himself. At the same time, he was delighted. He felt like he had found a treasure. Senior brother Duan, Xionghu slowly stood up after consuming a healing pill. When he regained his breath, there was a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. This purple-clad young man who had defeated him and sent him flying in just one blow. Are you all right? Since the other party had addressed him as senior brother, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. After confirming that Xionghu was fine, he shifted his gaze to Ling Yun. You're very powerful. Ling Yun stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Before today, I've never thought that one day I'd feel fear in front of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. You're not weak either. Duan Lingtian responded calmly. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the city governor of Mound Hill City's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears through true energy voice transmission. Don't expose your cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage so easily. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that the city governor of Mound Hill City knew about his breakthrough. This was because when he defeated Xionghu, he noticed that the city governor of Mound Hill City's spiritual energy swept toward him. Once again, he felt like he was completely seen through. At that time, he knew that the city governor of Mound Hill City had doubts about his cultivation base and had cast the spiritual secret tactic on him to pry into his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian could hear the urgency in the city governor of Mound Hill City's tone. Chapter 14:12. It seems like this teacher is quite concerned about me. He reminded me because he doesn't want too many people to know about my breakthrough. After all, it hasn't been long since I broke through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. If the news of me breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage spreads, it'll inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. After all, the speed of my breakthrough is too ridiculous. Duan Lingtian could understand the good intentions of the city governor of Mound Hill City. At that moment, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Previously, he had addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher out of courtesy, but now, he really regarded the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to this world, the city governor of Mound Hill City was the second person he truly respected as his teacher. The first person was Sima Changfeng from Cloud Continent. Sima Changfeng was the dean of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. Before Duan Lingtian left the overseas Saint Islands, he was brought to the Lingtian sect by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had always respected Sima Changfeng as his teacher. This did not change even though his current ability was millions of times more powerful than Sima Changfeng. It was not because Sima Changfeng had taught him anything. On the contrary, Sima Changfeng had almost never taught him anything. The reason he respected Sima Changfeng was because Sima Changfeng had helped him many times back then. He would never forget that kindness for the rest of his life. At that moment, although the city governor of Mound Hill City's position in Duan Lingtian's heart could not be compared to Sima Changfeng's, it was still extremely important. Duan Lingtian, you're a worthy opponent. Ling Yun stared at Duan Lingtian as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Ling Yun stared at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, if it's an ordinary intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, I won't even bother to use my sword. Even most mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators aren't qualified for me to use my sword. However, I have no choice but to use my sword to fight you. However, I'll let you make the first move as a favor to an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like you. When Ling Yun said this, he couldn't help but blush. With his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage, it would be unfair for him to fight a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, even if he did not make the first move. Therefore, even he felt a little embarrassed. But he had no choice. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator at the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage, he wouldn't even put them in his eyes. However, this Duan Lingtian in front of him had defeated Xionghu, who was ranked second among the 13 gangsters. His strength was so strong that he deserved to be cautious. Are you sure you want me to attack first? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Ling Yun calmly. Yes. Ling Yun nodded. What a joke. It was already unfair for him to fight a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage with his perfection mortal shedding stage cultivation base. If he were to make the first move, where would he put his face? You will regret this, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked deeply at Ling Yun. I, Ling Yun, have never regretted anything, Ling Yun said with a gleam in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian smiled brilliantly, causing Ling Yun's hair to stand on end. Then, under the gaze of the four people, including Ling Yun, a layer of silver light appeared on Duan Ling Tian's body. It was glowing, as if he was wearing a layer of silver armor. Silver shirt. Seeing the faint silver light on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body, the city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. He recognized the defensive technique that Duan Ling Tian was using. No matter what, the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic, silver shirt, was a Saint-grade martial tactic that was kept in the Merit Pavilion of the city governor's mansion. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he naturally knew about it. After performing silver shirt, Duan Ling Tian raised his left hand, and the sun shooting bow appeared. Then true energy spurted out of his right hand and formed an arrow. He placed it on the sun shooting bow. As the bowstring made of the five-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon was pulled back a little, Duan Ling Tian immediately let go. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a solidified arrow ray shot out like a meteor sweeping across the sky. Then, Duan Ling Tian shot out and stood firmly on the arrow ray. He stepped on the arrow ray and shot out. Wherever he passed, the air was sucked dry and the sound of air exploding was heard. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan, Bao could not catch a glimpse of it at all. So fast. The city governor of Mound Hill City narrowed his eyes as shock filled his face. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, and his ability was on par with the perfection mortal shedding stage martial, or Dao cultivator. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian's arrow to be so fast. Even an arrow shot by a martial cultivator at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage might not be that fast, right? The city governor of Mound Hill City's heart skipped a beat. So fast. As the person involved, Ling Yun regretted it the moment Duan Ling Tian shot the arrow. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Just when he was about to dodge to the side and reach for the hilt of the long sword that was sheathed on his back, he noticed the silhouette that was originally far away had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. Bang! Ling Yun did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Duan Ling Tian's punch. He followed in Xiong Hu's footsteps. However, unlike Xiong Hu who fell to the ground in a wretched manner, Ling Yun stood firmly on his feet. His body swayed, his face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duan Ling Tian again, as though he had just seen a ghost. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian's ability might be on par with an ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian's ability to be so powerful. He did not even have the chance to dodge or draw his sword when he made the first move. Is he really a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? At this moment, Ling Yun was deeply skeptical. However, when he recalled Duan Ling Tian had only broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage 3 months ago, and it was the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who detected his cultivation base using the spiritual secret tactic, he dismissed his doubts. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to have a breakthrough in 3 months. Ling Yun was very sure of this. What a joke! To break through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage in 3 months. Even the top genius in the Dao martial saint land would not be able to do that. Even if he had the best cultivation resources and environment, it was impossible for him to break through in such a short time. Good. The city governor of Mound Hill City stared at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes. His cheeks were trembling from excitement. Although he had guessed Duan Ling Tian might be able to defeat Ling Yun, when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, He did not expect Duan Lingtian to defeat Ling Yin in just one move. Duan Lingtian's current strength had already surpassed Su Qi's strength in the past. Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. He had made the first move and defeated Ling Yin before Ling Yin could even react. He defeated senior brother Ling Yin in just one move. Doesn't that mean Duan Lingtian is even more powerful than senior brother Su Qi? Jin Yuanbao sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured, "That's right. Even senior brother Su Qi needed 3 moves before he could defeat senior brother Ling Yin." Xiong Hu nodded. Xiong Hu and Jin Yuanbao were completely convinced of Su Qi's strength. As expected, my strength has already surpassed someone at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage when I unleash my full strength with the silver shirt and my physical strength. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian made the first move, he had used almost all his strength to defeat Ling Yin in just a blink of an eye. With my current strength, I might be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Of course, it'll be difficult to win. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. The paramount mortal shedding stage was far from what the perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. If it was Su Qi in the past, he would indeed not be a match for Duan Lingtian. However, Su Qi has already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage half a month ago. The city governor of Mound Hill City smiled when he heard Jin Yuanbao and Xiong Hu's mumbling. Ling Yin, Xiong Hu, and Jin Yuanbao were stunned by what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. Senior brother Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? He's not even 40 years old, and he's already at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Oh my God! What kind of innate talent is that? With such innate talent, he'll be a genius even if he enters the Moon Illumination sect. He'll be valued by the Moon Illumination sect's senior officials, and they'll train him. There was envy in Xiong Hu and Jin Yuanbao's eyes as they whispered to each other. Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was surprised as well. Like him, Su Qi was a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. As a martial cultivator from the mortal continent, even though he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, Su Qi's strength was not something an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage native from the Dao martial saint land could compare to. Duan Lingtian asked himself if he had any confidence in defeating Su Qi, who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Speaking of the Moon Illumination sect, the Moon Illumination sect will open its doors to recruit disciples in 6 months. At that time, the 18 cities, including our Mound Hill City, will bring their most outstanding disciples there. The city governor of Mound Hill City said, "Among the 4 of you, Duan Lingtian and Ling Yin will definitely pass the Moon Illumination sect's test and enter the sect. Xiong Hu, Jin Yuanbao, it's not impossible for both of you to improve in the next 6 months." The Moon Illumination sect was a powerful sect that ruled the 18 cities, including Mound Hill City. It was a 7th-rated force that controlled a 7th-grade Saint Stone reserve. Even the city governor of Mound Hill City was a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. In order to amaze the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment in 6 months, Su Qi has been in closed-door cultivation recently. He's preparing to cultivate the 3 human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic techniques to the impeccable stage. Chapter 14-13. The 3 of them were shocked when they heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. He wanted to cultivate all 3 moves of the human-rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic to the impeccable stage? The impeccable stage was the 5th stage of the saint-grade martial tactic. It was also the highest stage. Su Qi wanted to cultivate all 3 moves to the highest stage at the same time? The 3 of them did not even need to think to know that the 3 moves were an offensive move, a movement move, and a defensive move. However, they did not expect Su Qi to be so ambitious. Duan Lingtian was the only one who was not surprised. Of course, This was also because he had cultivated the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic. Moreover, the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic that he had cultivated was not an ordinary human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic. This was because there was a defensive move in the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic that he cultivated that was comparable to the defensive move in the earth rank Saint grade martial tactic. The earth rank Saint grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by Saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, as long as Duan Ling Tian successfully cultivated that defensive technique before he broke through to the Saint stage, even if he only mobilized his true energy and did not use his brute strength, no martial or Dao cultivator at the same level would be able to break through his defense. One could imagine how powerful a move that was comparable to an earth rank Saint grade martial tactic was. Any of the moves in the colossal aerolite arrow would be comparable to a human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic move that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement stage, if one cultivated it to the 3rd stage, the competent stage. This was the difference between a human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic and a human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all when he heard Su Qi wanted to cultivate all 3 moves of the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage. I can't believe the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect will be held in half a year. Duan Lingtian had long heard about the Moon Illumination sect from Guo Li and the relationship between the Moon Illumination sect and the 18 cities including Mound Hill City. For this reason, he was only surprised that the Moon Illumination sect would hold the entrance examination in half a year's time. Duan Lingtian, your innate talent isn't inferior to Su Qi's. Work hard. I believe you'll definitely achieve great things in the Moon Illumination sect in the future. The city governor of Mound Hill City communicated with Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission. Based on his words, he was confident in Duan Lingtian. Teacher, I will do my best. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher, he was much more sincere than before. Yes, the city governor of Mound Hill City nodded with a smile. He had high hopes for Duan Lingtian and was not worried about him. Teacher, I want to leave the city lord's mansion for a while. In the evening, Duan Lingtian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City when he was about to return to his room to rest. The city governor of Mound Hill City agreed and did not ask any further questions. Duan Lingtian left the mansion and walked out of the city governor's mansion under the glow of the setting sun. He was holding a small jade token in his hand. It was given to him by the city governor of Mound Hill City earlier. After Duan Lingtian left the mansion, the city governor of Mound Hill City called out to the 3 of them. The 3 of you mustn't spread the news about the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed today. Do you understand? The city governor of Mound Hill City said sternly to the 3 of them. As the saying went, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Now that there was still half a year before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect would be held, he did not dare to be careless. Naturally, he was not worried that someone from Mound Hill City would look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. What a joke! He was the city governor of Mound Hill City. If something happened to his disciple in Mound Hill City, he would find a piece of tofu to kill himself with. What he was worried about was the other 17 cities, finding out that apart from Su Qi, he had another genius like Duan Lingtian. The competition between the 18 cities that the Moon Illumination sect controlled was intense. If the other 17 cities found out about Duan Lingtian's existence, they might do something secretly. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. He had to be careful. Yes, although they did not know about the concerns of the city governor of Mound Hill City, the 3 of them obeyed the words of the city governor of Mound Hill City. They agreed without any hesitation. Go back and rest. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded in satisfaction. After the 3 of them returned to their respective rooms, the city governor of Mound Hill City smirked. I can't believe that after Su Qi, I'll meet a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian again. A peerless genius. That was his evaluation of Duan Lingtian in his heart. In fact, even Su Qi did not make him give such an evaluation. It was obvious that in his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate talent was above Su Qi's. At least, that was the case for now. At the entrance of the city governor's estate, after Duan Lingtian showed the jade token in his hand, the few guards at the entrance bowed at him respectfully. They only straightened their backs when he walked out of the city governor's estate's entrance. The jade token was given to Duan Lingtian by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Mound Hill Order. He's Master City Governor's favorite disciple Su Qi? One of the guards muttered to himself as he watched Duan Lingtian's departing silhouette. Seeing the Mound Hill Order was equivalent to seeing the city governor. There were only 2 Mound Hill Orders in the entire city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It was said that one of them was in the city governor's hands, while the other one was given to his favorite disciple Su Qi. I've seen Su Qi in person. He's not Su Qi. Another guard shook his head. He's Duan Lingtian, one of the 4 new disciples that Master City Governor has taken in. However, although he's not weak, he should be weaker than Ling Yun, the leader of the 13 gangsters in the Leighton Dragon camp. Why would Master City Governor give such a precious Mound Hill order to him instead of Ling Yun? I can't figure it out. One of the guards recognized Duan Lingtian. His brows were tightly knitted together as he kept shaking his head. It's said that he's from the mortal continent. Young Master Su Qi seems to be from the mortal continent as well. Perhaps Master City Governor takes special care of genius martial cultivators from the mortal continent. One of the guards speculated. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that the jade token in his hand had caused such a huge commotion. Although he had received the jade token from the city governor of Mound Hill City, he did not know what it meant. This was because the city governor of Mound Hill City had only told him that he could enter and leave the city governor's estate anytime he wanted with the jade token. The city governor did not say anything else. After leaving the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian immediately went to the house of Hong Yu, the captain of the city guards, and saw the little girl Shur. Brother. When the little girl saw Duan Lingtian, she immediately pounced on him excitedly. Her little face was flushed, and she looked very cute. Shur, did you miss me? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the little girl dotingly. Yes. The little girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Shur missed you a lot. I even dreamed of you yesterday. Really? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. What did you dream of me doing? I dreamed of you flying in the sky with Shur. We flew so high, even higher than when Brother Hong Yu took me. The little girl raised her hand and gestured as she spoke. Brother Hong Yu took you flying? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Shur, you weren't naughty, were you? No, Shur is very obedient. You can ask sister-in-law if you don't believe me. As the little girl spoke, she looked at the beautiful woman next to her. She was Hong Yu's wife. Yes, Shur is very obedient. Hong Yu's disciple looked at the little girl dotingly and played along with her words. Sister-in-law, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Shur during this time. Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Yu's wife and smiled. Then, he took out a spatial ring and passed it to Hong Yu's wife. Sister-in-law, this is. However, Hong Yu's wife did not take it. There are 1,000 8th grade saint stones in here. You and Brother Hong can use them. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Hong Yu's wife was shocked when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even though Hong Yu was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only a few dozen 8th grade saint stones. He would have to save up 1,000 8th grade saint stones for 2 years. Brother Lingtian, take it back. Take it back. Hong Yu's wife rejected Duan Lingtian's offer when she regained her senses. Sister-in-law, just take it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Brother Lingtian, since you're brothers with my husband, you're not an outsider. There's no need to be so formal. If I accept your origin stones, my husband will be unhappy. Hong Yu's wife continued to reject Duan Lingtian's offer. She would rather die than accept his saint stones. If you really want to give it to him, just give it to him yourself. Hong Yu's wife could only say this when she saw Duan Lingtian was still insisting. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew this was the only way out. After asking the little girl sure, to play with Hong Yu's son, Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Yu's wife and asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, has brother Hong found anything about Shure's background?" "No." Hong Yu's wife shook her head. "He investigated according to what you said. In the end, he confirmed that the person who abducted Shure was an outsider. He only stayed in Mound Hill City for a day and never appeared again." Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard this. Although he knew it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find out the little girl's background, he could not help but feel disappointed when he found out that there was really no other way. In an inconspicuous inn in Mound Hill City, on the second floor of the inn, there were 3 people gathered in a guest room in the corner: a young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. At this moment, the middle-aged man and the old man sat at the table and stared at the young man standing before them. "Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, that Duan Lingtian has left the city governor's estate." The young man's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he told the 2 people before him excitedly. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this young man was none other than Zheng Jian, whom he had defeated and had fallen into the manure pit. He was the person who ranked 5th among the Leighton Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters. Chapter 1414. That night, when Hong Yu returned home and saw Duan Lingtian, he was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Lingtian, we brothers haven't seen each other in a while. I heard that you've become the city governor's disciple. As your brother, congratulations. Tonight, we brothers won't go home until we're drunk." Hong Yu's face was full of smiles as he pulled Duan Lingtian to drink until they were drunk. Of course, it was Hong Yu who was drunk. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body, his current physique was stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon of the same level. It was difficult for him to get drunk. The next day, Duan Lingtian handed over the 1,000 8th grade Saint Stones that were rejected yesterday to Hong Yu, who was sober. However, Hong Yu's face darkened. "Brother Lingtian, what do you mean by this?" "Brother Hong, I'm indebted to you and sister-in-law for taking care of Shure all this time. Treat these Saint Stones as Shure's living expenses," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Brother Lingtian, who do you think I am? Since I've acknowledged you as my brother, I naturally treat Shure as my sister. Quickly take back the Saint Stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you." Hong Yu's face darkened. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied. "Brother Hong, please calm down. I said the wrong thing." Duan Lingtian did not expect Hong Yu to have such a big reaction. He smiled awkwardly. "How about this? I'll leave these 1,000 8th grade Saint Stones as my 2 nephews and Shure's cultivation expenses. Brother Hong, your monthly salary is not much. After deducting your and sister-in-law's cultivation expenses and daily expenses, as a beast tamer, you still have to use a large amount of Saint Stones to tame ferocious beasts," Duan Lingtian said with a serious face. "Brother Hong, I don't care what you think, but it's time for the children to lay down their foundation. They can't slack off." Hong Yu fell silent after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. That was right. It wouldn't be long before his 2 children could start cultivating as well. If he had an endless supply of holy stones, he would definitely be able to soar into the sky. He wouldn't be like back then, when he didn't have any holy stones to cultivate and could only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Although he was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only a few dozen 8th grade Saint Stones. If he wasn't a beast tamer, perhaps it would be enough for his family. However, he was a beast tamer. Every month, he had to pay a high price for the food he gave the ferocious beasts. "Big brother Hong, keep it. You and I are brothers. Why do you need to be so calculative? Moreover, you know that I'm not only one of the 13 gangsters in the Leighton Dragon Camp, but I've also become the governor's disciple. I don't lack Saint Stones at all." Seeing Hong Yu's silence, Duan Lingtian knew that Hong Yu's heart was wavering, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. When Hong Yu heard this, he was silent for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Ling Tian, as your elder brother, I won't refuse you. However, this is the only time. There won't be a next time. As he spoke, Hong Yu's face stiffened. Alright. Naturally, Duan Lingtian agreed. It was fine as long as Hong Yu was willing to accept it. At most, he would give the saint stones to Shir next time, so that she could give them to his two little nephews. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu began to talk about Shir's background. Brother Lingtian, if we can't find out about Shir's background, just let her stay at my place. Both my wife and I like her very much. Moreover, my two little brats can't leave her now, Hong Yu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Alright. Duan Lingtian agreed. He knew very well that this was the best choice. The little girl Shir could not always follow him. If she stayed at Hong Yu's place, she would have a home to return to. In the future, when she grew up and got married, she could have a complete life. If she followed him, not only would it be inconvenient, but she would also have to go through many dangers. After all, his goal was to become a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Dao martial saint land, who knew how many dangers awaited him along the way. It was impossible for him to let Shir take the risk with him. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not go anywhere and stayed at Hong Yu's place. During the day, he would accompany the little girl, Shir, and at night, he would cultivate in his room. I'll have to leave Mount Hill City and head to the Moon Illumination Sect in 6 months. Once I go to the Moon Illumination Sect, I don't know when I'll be back. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to spend more time with the little girl, Shir. This night, Duan Lingtian cultivated quietly in his room. To be more precise, he cultivated on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had turned into a speck of dust and was lying quietly on the bed. I've succeeded, although Duan Lingtian only cultivated on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda at night for the past 6 days since he arrived at Hong Yu's place. He had cultivated there for a total of 9 days. In these 9 days, he finally cultivated the body and arrow synchronization in the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, Colossal Arrow Light Arrow, to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. It was comparable to the 5th stage of the human rank mediocre Saint Grade Martial Tactic, the impeccable stage. Now that my speed has caught up, I'm confident I can kill a native of the Dao Martial Saint Land, who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence as his eyes shone brightly. Boom, 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 boom. Just when Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence, the entire Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda shook as though there was an earthquake. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he was blasted out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by an irresistible force. After being blasted out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of dizziness and discomfort spread all over his body, causing his expression to turn extremely grave. What do you mean? There was no need for him to think about it. He knew something must have affected the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Otherwise, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would not have blasted him out. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, he's Duan Lingtian. Just when Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, and killing intent flashed in his eyes, a deep voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. When Duan Lingtian looked over, he saw a familiar figure. Zheng Jian. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. It was Zheng Jian who was thrown into the septic tank by him, and was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's mansion for accidentally killing Hu Jia. The person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters was a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also saw the other 2 people. One was a middle-aged man, while the other was an old man. Both of them were obviously Zheng Jian's helpers. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye right away. With just a glance, he saw through their cultivation base. One was on perfection mortal shedding stage, while the other was on perfection mortal shedding stage. Perfection mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly grave. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. This old man's cultivation base seems to be unstable. Did he just break through to perfection mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that. If he had just broken through to perfection mortal shedding stage, he would still be able to fight him. Duan Lingtian, you caused me to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined my future. You must die today. Zheng Jian stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were suffused with scarlet red, and it seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to forcefully swallow Duan Lingtian alive. Looking at the rising anger in his eyes, it was as though Duan Lingtian had killed his father and snatched his wife away from him. I caused you to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined your future? After confirming the other two people's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian calmed down. When he heard Zheng Jian's words, he smirked. It seems like you were the one who killed your distant cousin. That's why you were expelled from the latent dragon camp, right? How can you blame this on me? What a joke. Duan Lingtian smirked as he looked at Zheng Jian mockingly. If you didn't, I wouldn't have failed. Zheng Jian clenched his teeth even more when he recalled what happened in the past. However, he was too ashamed to tell Duan Lingtian about what had happened to him, because it was too embarrassing. If I didn't throw you into the septic tank, you wouldn't have failed? However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of cooperating with Zheng Jian when he wanted to gloss over it. Septic tank. Both the middle-aged man and the old man were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at Zheng Jian in unison. Although they were from New South Town's Zheng clan, they knew Zheng Jian was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City because of this purple-clad young man. However, they had never heard Zheng Jian mention anything about a septic tank. Zheng Jian had been thrown into a septic tank before? Just the thought of it made them feel disgusted, as though they had swallowed a fly. They could not help but sympathize with Zheng Jian when they looked at him. Naturally, it was an instinctive reaction. Why don't you think about it? If you didn't provoke me time and time again, and even made me challenge you, would you have been thrown into the septic tank by me? Would you have accidentally killed Hu Jia? Duan Lingtian continued smirking when Zheng Jian was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. Uncle Chang, Elder Lin, kill him! Kill him! Zheng Jian roared with bloodshot eyes. Zheng Chang. He caused the number one person among the younger generation of our New South Town's Zheng clan to be expelled from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. His sin is unforgivable. If you kill him, it can be considered as venting for the family, the old man said calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian with his cold eyes. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not plan to kill Zheng Jian. Perhaps, in his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was not worth his time. Yes, Elder Lin. The middle-aged man, Zheng Chang, nodded and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Boy, repent on your way to hell. Not everyone can afford to offend our New South Town's Zheng clan. I'm the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City will annihilate your Zheng clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zheng Chang, Zheng Lin, and Zheng Jian with a piercing gaze. Duan Lingtian, as long as you die here, who'll know our Zheng clan killed you? Aren't you powerful? I'd like to see how many moves you can take from Uncle Chang, a powerhouse on the perfection mortal shedding stage. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.